everyone, welcome back to the MindMajix YouTube channel. If you are ready to take your automation and scripting skills to the next level, this PowerShell course is exactly what you needed. PowerShell is a powerful command line shell and scripting language developed by Microsoft that allows system administrator to automate repetitive tasks, manage configuration, and control systems. In this course, we will cover from PowerShell basics to advanced scripting, including commands, loops, variables and functions, error handling, automation scripts, and real-world use cases. You will also learn how to integrate PowerShell with Azure, Active Directory, and other Microsoft tools for enterprise-level automation. In India, PowerShell administrator and system engineers earn between 5 to 22 lakh rupees per annum, depending on experience and skills. And if you want to learn PowerShell course with certification, then check out our course, where we will cover latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, labs, mock interviews, and more. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you never miss any tutorials and courses from us. So let's get started and master the Microsoft PowerShell.
All right, so you must be familiar with all the screens, right? Like what is console, how to use console, what is IS. You might be aware of it, right?
A very little. I mean, like because most of the, like what do you say, those things being taken care by other people in my organization. That's why I wanted to learn and kind of like move on the hierarchy. Yeah. So
Okay, here it is.
yeah, I
So,
mean I can able to open up Windows PowerShell and run couple of commands. Yeah, that I can. Yeah, that definitely I can say that I know. Yeah. Yeah.
but I'm sure like once you complete this particular session, you will be able to write your own commands, right?
Okay.
So, okay, so let's start. Before we start, I just wanted to go through the history of PowerShell.
Mm.
So it was introduced in 2006. It is both a CLI and a scripting language. So that commandlets, commands which includes commandlets, right? So commandlets is basically your verb hyphen noun, right? That is the format of your commandlet.
Okay.
And uh, here you have functions, filters, workflow. These all are the commands which we are using in PowerShell. Okay. Now, Microsoft Server applications have their own specific commandlet. So, say for example, if you take Azure, right? So
Mm.
Azure is having something like AZ. It will have all your commands. Earlier, it used to come like Azure or something like that, right? Again, if you go for anything with AWS, you will get something command start with AWS, or if it is coming with for SharePoint, you will get SP, or if you are going for any other application, they will have their own prefix, right?
Okay.
So that is how you can say that this entire command is belonging to this particular tool, right? Say for example, AD, it all starts with AD, right?
Mm. Yeah.
So likewise, Microsoft uh, provided Windows PowerShell that is valid only till PowerShell version 5.1. After 5.1, they stopped it and then they released a new version for the open source, right? So PowerShell 6, 7, they are like open source, and you can use it with any of the operating system like Linux or Mac OS, right?
Okay.
But the question comes, if I have a Microsoft, Windows, and I wanted to connect to a Linux machine and try to get some information, can I do it, right? With using PowerShell version 5? Yes,
Mm.
definitely you can use it, but you need some sort of extra modules which can do the stuff for you.
Okay.
Now, this Windows PowerShell version, there are different versions. That is 2.0, it starts with 2.0. That was available in Windows XP and 2003 operating system. After that, it was not available for any of the latest versions, right? Then you got 3.0, which was available with again Vista and 2008. Now, version 3 is basically, if you see, that have most capabilities like remoting and all is started in version 3.0, right?
Okay.
But after installing Windows 7, you may find that it is having 2.2 install, and with 3. Sorry, Service Pack 2 3.0 was installed, and you have an ability to install the latest version like 4 or 5.1, right? So for Windows 7, you can install up to 5.1 on that. But for 2008, you can install up to 3 only. But 2008 R2, when it comes, you can have an ability to install till 5.1, right?
Okay.
So up nowadays, you might be using Windows 10 and above, so no worries about that. And even the server operating system is like, I think 2012 is going to be obsolete, or it's almost come to the end of the life. So, you can say that now there's no more 2012. Uh, but again, some companies they still use 2003 servers because the applications are still running, and they used to have some sort of special, you know, uh, kind of support from Microsoft for additional charge. So yes, they are still using in some places, right?
Okay.
Because the newer operating system does not support that old software.
Okay.
So yeah, you may find like you might be working on a mixed environment.
Mm.
So if you are working with mixed environment, your problems also starts with that, right? But
Mm.
for now, if you look into some your environment, you are getting the daily patches, you are doing all that stuff. So make sure you will be like every single server will be 2012 above, at least 2016 you will be getting. So no
Mm.
need to worry about everything is installed with version 5.1, right? So you don't have to.
Okay.
Right? And suppose you are having Windows 10 and above, like Windows 11 you are having, so don't worry at all.
Okay.
You are okay. But when you are using Windows PowerShell, it shifts with specific core and native functionality, right? So what happens earlier, suppose you are having 2008 R2, okay, for example, right?
Mm.
Now that does not have the Windows streaming functionality, right? Because the OS does not support that. So what we used to do in HP servers and all, we used to install something called HP scan, right? And
Mm.
with that, we doing that teaming. But when it comes to 2012, now the operating system itself has the functionality of adding that teaming. So now with PowerShell, you can do that. But in 2008, although you are having the latest PowerShell 5.1, you cannot do that because the operating system does not support, right?
Okay. Mm.
So these things are going to come in the upcoming versions also. Say, for example, 2016, you have some functionality,
Mm.
and
Mm.
2022, there is some functionality which is newly introduced, then you cannot use it in 2016, right? So these
Okay.
are some of the things which you have to be careful about. So say, for example, you are doing something and it is not working on that particular system, maybe that operating system is the problem, right? So
Okay.
just be aware of that situation. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Now this, okay, I'll just tell you some. Okay, rest of things I will cover it up. Okay,
Mm.
so the next thing is about the host application. So basically, we have two main application. One is your console, and second is your ISA. Okay, so
Mm.
console is basically your basic command line interface. It does not have any um, GUI compatibility. It does not have any rich editing capabilities. Nothing, right?
Mm.
It's just a console. You can just type the command and it will give you a output, right? So it is having the minimal editing capability. So the best part is it is mostly available in the service, right?
Okay.
But but during the last COVID time, there was some attacks. If you remember, like there was some attacks in refineries and other stuffs, right?
Mm.
So many places they have used PowerShell to gain access to the server. So nowadays, if you see that many companies are blocking PowerShell for the desktop versions, right? But
Okay.
in the server versions, you can run, but you cannot run it as an administrator. You may require other special permissions to run that, right?
Okay.
and other things will be having some blocks there, so that until and unless you provide that, you cannot run it, right? That password.
Mm.
Right. So this is about your console, and the ISC is like your scripting editor, and it have the console also. It's a combination of both. Now, uh, some Windows PowerShell features are not supported in ISC, but otherwise it's having the rich editing capabilities. You can have you know better fonts. You can have attachments. If you want to have some extensions, you can add to extensions. Lot of things you can do it with ISC, right? And the best part with console and ISC is that you can run it on any server. So you don't have to install something else. You can directly go and run it from any server, right? It will be there by default.
Mm.
Now
Okay.
there comes third-party tools also. So say for example, uh, there is something from Adera called PowerShell Plus. That also you can use for developing the applications for PowerShell. Then it comes the VS Code, that is the most popular. In fact, I am using it for almost everything. For Python, I am using. For Groovy, I am using HTML, JSON, you name it. Everything is having the extension in VS Code, and it's free. So now it is becoming the most popular I, scripting environment for every sort of development, right? Now, apart from that, there are some special tools like Sapien is having some PowerShell Plus or something. One application is there. That is also helpful when you are trying to create some GUI based application, right? So you will get a GUI based application where you can have some enter the data, press enter. So it will go and run PowerShell in the background and give us, right?
Okay.
Okay. So when you're working with mixed environment,
Mm.
okay, so you may find like you might be working with different PowerShell versions. So how do I check like what is the PowerShell version I'm using? Okay.
Okay.
So for that, all right. Now there's some precaution when you are using this Windows PowerShell. There are basically two versions of uh, Windows PowerShell. One is your 64-bit version and one is your 32-bit version. Now the 32-bit versions carries x86 in the name, right? Or along with the icon and Windows title bar, you get that is having x86, right?
Okay.
Uh, all right. So the next thing is usually we open the 64-bit version if it is available, and ensure that your Windows is displaying Windows title bar is displaying administrator. Now, if suppose it's having administrator, then only you will get the privilege to run most of the commands. Some of the
Mm.
command when you are trying to execute, it requires the administrative privilege, and again, your account should have sufficient rights to execute that particular command, right?
Okay.
Now the UTC is enabled, so you have to provide that. If suppose the username and password is required, you have to provide that. If you have noticed that earlier, I was having the same screen. So I have to press yes, or maybe suppose it requires some additional privilege, you have to provide that username and password
Okay.
when you are working on the enterprise connected service. I mean workstation, right?
Okay.
Now configuring the console. Uh, Many a times when you take any PowerShell, right? So sometimes I use like slash. Okay, this when I use, you can see that it will be so tiny that it looks like a dust one day, right?
Mm. Yeah.
Uh, So many times you need to configure this. You need to set according to your eyes, right? If it is too small, you have to make those changes. So what you can do is that you can click on this, go to properties. Okay,
Mm.
there
Yeah.
are two things you have to enable. The first one is enable this one. Use Control Shift C as copy paste. So
Okay.
you can copy and paste the stuff very easily from here to any other page if you want to copy, or copy from Notepad and want to paste it here, or maybe you want to copy it to the or anything. You
Okay.
need to have option in it.
Okay.
Now the other important stuff which we are using is this the font, right?
Yeah.
Now basically you will be having this particular smaller font. You can increase the font as per your requirement. You can have like 24. As per your requirement, you can increase the font. But never use, don't change this particular font because this is like a kind of default. Once you change this font, you can see that the alignment will change. Then it will become difficult for you to read. Right? Either
Okay.
use consolers or otherwise use Courier. This,
Really?
yeah, either of this you can use it, but I suggest don't touch this.
Okay.
Now go to layout. Now this is something which is very important. The first thing is that this width and this width it should be same.
Okay.
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 If it is not same, what will happen is like in the bottom side you will get one scroll bar, and you will never like to have a scroll bar to you, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
it will automatically wrap the text and it will go to the next slide, right?
Okay.
But that will never happen if suppose you provide any changes. Okay.
Okay.
So make
Sure.
sure this is not being changed. The height is nothing but the height of this particular window. You can
Okay.
increase or decrease the height. That is fine. Okay. The other important thing is this one. Okay. What is this height? What is this 9,000? So let me make it like 150 here and give it a try. Okay. Now you see that my window size has been changed. I'll do DIRs. Okay.
Mm.
And run this. Okay. Now if you see, if I break this, okay,
Ah.
if I come up, I cannot go beyond this. I can go only up to 150 lines, right? Not
Ah.
beyond.
Okay. 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 Got it. Ah.
This is why we need to have this particular buffer size, right? So by default is 9001. Keep
Okay.
it that. Okay, so
So
it will
that
help
means you can able to see 9,000 lines, right? That's what means.
exactly. So
Okay.
now you can see that it's now running for uh longer this one, so you can
Oh,
see much more
this many
lines.
lines. Okay. Sure. Got it.
See, going up, still going up, right?
Yeah.
It will be huge, right? So, but again, when you are using the larger one, it used to consume the larger memory, right?
Mm. Yeah.
If you more, make sure that you are having a good memory on your system as
On system. Okay.
well. Okay. The other important stuff is the colors. So many a times people used to change the colors. You can change the front color, text color. When you select it, what is the color you want to have? uh, that front color, back color, you can select it from here. You can also increase the transparency. So if suppose you wanted to have you wanted to see the what is written in the background and you wanted to copy it from the background, right?
Mm. Yeah. Got
You
it.
put some kind of transparency and you can use it so that you can see the background what is
Okay. Yeah.
copied, right? So that is one thing which you can do. All right. So this is all about your console. Okay.
Okay.
How
Okay.
you can set up your console. Now let's go and set up the ISC. Open that as Mr. You can see that UAC is there.
Mm.
Alright. So in this menu, if you look, you have the shortcut menus here. So this is going to be your new script, open file. If you want to open any existing file, open that. All right. Now, then you wanted to copy, copy, paste, save is there. And this is something which is important. Like if suppose you are having something like this, right? Now you wanted to clear this content, you just press this button and it will clear the entire console,
Okay.
right? So
Okay.
type ls, you can just click on this and it will clear the screen.
Okay.
Now this is for undo, this is for redo, this is for running the script. Okay. Now say for example, get service. I have something like get process here. If I wanted to run this both these commands, right, they are two
Mm.
different lines, right? So if I run this, you can see that both the command has run, correct?
Okay.
Now if
Okay.
I want to run only this, I can just select that and it will run only that, right? I
Okay.
select run this. So how much I'm having selected. So for that selection, I can execute this. Okay.
Okay. Got it.
This is for stopping that. So say for example, I'm having right get child item recurse, right? I'm selecting that and running it. So I can stop it by pressing here, right?
Okay.
So that's how it works. Or you can also use control break. Right. This is for connecting to the remote computer. So if suppose you wanted to connect to a remote computer, you can provide the username, password, and the computer name. Then you can connect to that particular computer.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, Again, this is for having a console separately. You can have a separate console here. This is nothing but you can set it as horizontal or vertical,
Okay.
and or otherwise you can have a complete uh, plain script, full screen scripting pane. Or if you click here, it will change it to console. So you can toggle between scripting pane and console. Right?
Okay. Okay.
Two buttons are for the commands window that can be floating like this, or it can be on your right hand side like
Okay.
this. So attach, but you never need it. To be honest, I never used it. I never after using after knowing like how to use the PowerShell, I never used to touch it. Right, so it's
Okay.
like this. If you want, you can use it. It's
Okay.
also helpful. A graphical user interface it will give you help for how to use the commands, right?
Okay.
But yeah, let's go to the other topics which you are using. So here, if you go to tools, there is something called options.
Mm.
Now, options also have like the customized front end, back end. You can change the colors. There are some specific themes also. So if I want to change the themes to presentation, now you can see that the it's in presentation one. If I want to go for the default one, I can select this and it will go to the
Default.
default. Okay, this is the default option, right? So
Okay.
then now you can see the fonts are really very small and all this stuff.
Okay.
Very Now let's go to the option again. If you go back to the selection, click back, right? Now
Okay.
see you can change the fonts also. I strongly suggest don't touch the fonts. Of
Okay.
course you can do it, but sometimes it will be very difficult to read the say for example, I imagine that I am using this handwriting font, right?
Mm.
And I use some single quote, backtick or something, it will be very difficult for us to
Okay.
understand. And the font size is something which you can use. You can increase or decrease the font size as per your. There are some additional options also in this, which you are not going to use it in other ways. There's a restore default. If you want to restore the default, you can set it to default. Right?
Okay. Okay.
That is it. Here, some add-ons are there. It's not available nowadays. Earlier, you can get some additional add-ons, right? Like you can change some fonts or you can add some additional PS gallery stuff or script analyzer or any other add-on tools you were able to install it. But nowadays it's not working anymore. Microsoft has stopped giving support to this. Now, if you want anything, you can directly go with VS Code. That is something which we are doing.
Okay.
Now there is something called VS Code. That is also I will show you like how exactly. Uh, So basically, this is your code, VS Code, right? So
Oh,
let me go to some other folders. Let's open. Yeah, I can open this camp and select, right? Okay, so now you can see that here you can have a menu where you can see the files. If you want to add a new file, you can add like this dot ps. I think test.ps1 is already there, so I'll take test1.ps1, right? Post hello world, right?
mm.
Uh, with that. So you can see that it identifies that it requires something called a PowerShell extension. You may get something like this. You just have to press install. So it will install the PowerShell extension. Without extension, it never works, right? So you have to have it changed, right? Now, if you try to run it, you can in fact run this and it will without.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So again, there is option to search. So if suppose you wanted to search and replace, so say for example you wanted to change world with my name Shinish, right? So I can just replace it and it will be, and it will be applicable for all across the that particular folder, right? Otherwise, you can also have edit. You can find and replace. This also works, right?
Okay. So this one
Now,
is basically, but like it will be only for this particular window, right? Not over everything.
yeah, this is only for this particular window, not for the entire.
The book. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now this is for GitHub, right? So if
Mm,
suppose you are having like let's say Git init I'm doing, so it will initialize my Git repo, right?
mm.
Uh, Now I'll set this. I can if suppose I wanted to check Git status, I can see what is the status of that and all that, right? So
Okay.
now Git status. Oops. Now you can see that all my files, you can see that it is in staging. If I want to add that git add what, right? I can add those things and all those stuff. Whatever you want, you can do with git. You can do it from here, right?
Oh,
Now this
oh,
is for run and debug. So if you want to run it, you can run it. So all the variables, whatever you have used here. So say for example, I wanted to use something like this, dollar name equals my name, providing here, right? Now if you run this, you can see that variables
mm.
here, right? You can see that variables, whatever the variables I'm using, I should be able to click here. All right, before we start, I just wanted to cover up the previous session. We started pipeline here. So we know that it executes from left to right, and the commands are separated using the pipe, right? Some of the common examples of this is like get set, get where, select or something like that. You can have many such combinations, right? So the other important thing which we understood here is like it always produces an object. Now, object is like your table structure. Okay, it looks like a table, and all the rows, right? Each rows consider it as an object, and when you have the entire table, consider it as a collection, right? Now, each row on that particular table, consider it as a property of that particular object, right? So, if you are taking row number one, then uh, each column is going to be its property, right? Something like that. Okay? So that is how it is structured. All right. Now the object is having either properties, methods, or the events, right? Now the properties is we already discussed in this, like we are having something like this structure, right? So each object is having its own property. Yeah, so each object will have its own properties. Likewise, it have its own methods as well. Now, what is properties? Properties is basically a key value pair. In PowerShell world, we used to say that name and value. So the name is something like display name or whatsoever. In this case, if you see here, it's name, status, and display name. That is a name, and the property for that is like WinRM, running Windows remote management, something like that, right? So that is their property. Now, what is method? Now, method is basically an action which is performed on that particular object. Okay. So, say for example, let's take a file. Okay. Now you selected a file, you are deleting that file. So you are performing some action on it, right? Now take for example, taking a service. You are trying to stop that service. Okay. Now you are taking a process. You wanted to kill that particular process, right? So these are all the actions which you are performing on that particular object. So that will be known as methods, right? So that action, whatever you are performing, that will be coming as methods, right? And events is something like if it is registering some event, so that is called as event, right? So to see what all the options you have on that particular command, we use a command called get member, right? But when you are using the get member, basically get member is a discovery tool similar to help, but it will help you see all the objects, uh, members, as well as the properties of that particular object, right? Now, it is really very helpful, but you have to use it with the caution. Okay, why we have to use it with the caution? So basically, what happens is like whenever you run a command. Okay, let me take PowerShell here. Okay, now say for example, I'm trying to get service and then get hyphen mem. Okay. Now, once I run this, it will show me all the properties and methods which is possible with this command. Correct. But the problem here is that when you are using the pipe, so first will be executed first, and then the output of that is sent to the get member. Correct. So what happens? Say for example, you are trying to delete object. Okay. Now let's say. Okay. Now you are trying to type something like this: remove item and dot slash test, right? Now I'll type get member. Okay, gm is, by the way, is the alias for get member. Let me use get member. Okay, now what happens when I run this? Basically what it happens is like it will remove it first, then whatever the output you are getting, that will be displayed onto the next command, right? Now that is going to the next command and it will show what is happening, but meanwhile it will display it is already deleted, right? So there's nothing to display here, right? What will happen? Something like this. Okay, now if you type dir, now you see that test.xml is already deleted and you haven't got anything. Correct. One second. Yogi, you have sent something.
No, I just sent something for the reminder for end up. Maybe we can discuss at end of the class. Not right now.
Okay, sure, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So okay, so now if you look into this, so this is something which you have to be very cautious. Whenever you are using any command, make sure that it is not hurting something. Okay, then you use the get. Okay, otherwise you will be in a trouble, right? So whenever you wanted to use, make sure that you can get help for that. Okay, and if suppose you are not able to get any help, you need to see the property or action on that, then you use this one, right? Make sure that it's not deleting something or having some impact on your system. Okay, make sure about this. Okay, now let's go back. All right. Next is your format object, right? So now once you get the output, you may wanted to format it, right? So say for example, let's say get service, right? Now this is formatted. Now you wanted to change this format, right? It is formatted as a table right now, right? But you wanted to change that format, right? How would you do that, right? So this is the default format you are getting. Now you wanted to change it something like format. Now you wanted to make it as a list, right? Now you can see that every single object is coming as a list here now. Okay. So for that we can use format list. So if you remember yesterday, we were doing something like this FL, right? Or maybe FL asterisk we were doing, right? So basically what it is the alias for format list. Okay. So we are getting this output as format list, right? Okay. Now the other option we have is format table, that is default for this. Okay. Now this format table, okay, one more option is there. One is format table, one is format list, and the other one is format wide. Okay, that will give you in wide all the contents, right? Left hand side you will be having some, and right hand side only the name will be there. You don't have any other properties there. Only the name will be displayed in a wide format. Okay. Now, say for example, let's take table here. Right now, I'm getting a default table. Right. I wanted to make some different properties for that. I wanted to select the property. Let's say status. I want. Let's start with name. Okay. Name I want. Then status I want, and then I wanted the start type. Okay. These three properties I want. So here, what I have the status, then name, and the display name, right? Now I change that property. Now you can see that the name is coming as first, second is coming as what is the status, and third the start type, right? So you can change the output of that. Okay, if you want one name
So
and property. Yeah,
here,
sorry.
format table, it's just a format. It has to do the format, but we have not choose the select object, right? What type of objects we need?
Format table, you have that properties, right? What type of properties you want, right?
Okay, okay,
One
okay.
second. I'm able to hear you clearly. Let me change the speaker. Give me one quick moment. That is what I was trying to change.
Sure. In the filter, format as a table, you formatting using the properties, but I thought it is
Mhm.
only it will sort the information based on the property details, but it is also showing the properties, all the properties information.
You wanted to sort this object, right?
Okay.
Hmm.
Format table, is it not a part of is it not a sorting?
No,
Just
sorting is different.
showing the information in the format table format.
It's just show it as a table format. There's no sorting happening here.
Okay,
Okay, but there is a way of sorting it. I'll come back to that, but sorting is not
okay,
happening here.
okay.
Okay, so
Got you.
you have only the option for selecting the properties which you wanted to show. Okay,
Okay,
so in case you wanted to sort it, you have to use it using something called uh, sort object, and you can provide suppose status you wanted to sort. With that you can sort it like this. Okay, and if suppose you wanted to sort it like descending order also, you can provide that information here. Okay, right, then you can
yeah,
get it as descending order. Okay,
yeah, mm,
but it is not happening in this command. All
yeah.
right,
Got you.
let's come back to the topic. So basically, what we are doing here is that formatting the object, and we can format with the property name. Now, how do I get the property for this particular object? So I can get it using get member, right? So whenever using the get command, so basically it is safe to run it, and you can see the content of it, right? Okay, so now for that particular content, you can see what are the properties available. You can use that properties, right? So in my case, I can use, okay. One more thing, there can be different types of property. Like here, you can see that alias property, which is referring to actually the service name. Okay, the same content, whatever you are getting in the service name, that will be having in name, and required services is services dependent on, right? Similarly, you can find sometimes node property, or there will be different property, but at the end of the day, it's a property. Likewise, you can see that methods, script methods, and if you find something else also, that is going to be a method. It cannot be something else, right? So you can just go to property, whatever be the property, you can use that particular property here. So in this format object, you can take, say for example, I want service name. I can use service name. Then if I want site, I can use that as well. So you can see all those contents coming up, right? But since it has crossed that particular screen limit, so it is not showing up here. Okay. All right. But again, if you want to get the same thing with format list, that is also possible. So with list, you can get all the four properties, right? All right. Any questions on that?
No.
No, no. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that's how you can display the properties. But again, a word of caution, never use this until and unless you are showing the display to the end user. Okay, make a note of this. Don't use it. I'll say that never use it. Okay, until and unless you are using for format list asterisk to see what are the properties, don't use it. Okay, there's a reason for that. So say for example, if you use format object, the actual object property will be tampered, right? Now, if you are using that to export that to a CSV or some other format, that will not come as a desired object, right? So it will always be something like some numbers will come or some odd things will be coming. The output will not be proper, right? So make sure that you are not using format list or format object for anything. Okay.
Okay.
Just when you want to see a display in the console, you are going to use it. Okay. Otherwise, don't use it. Okay. Clear?
Yeah.
All right. Now, the question arises like, okay, I just wanted to see the properties, right? What is the other options we have, right? So, before moving to the other options, let's start something called sort, and we'll come back to that topic. Okay. So, sorting. Now, this is the question which you asked earlier, like how exactly I can sort it up, right? So basically, sort object is a command with that we can sort the object. So you can sort anything with descending order, or you can also group by. Okay, I just wanted to tell you one more thing. PowerShell has changed a lot during these years, right? The time when this presentation was created, there was some changes, and now that changes are consistently changing. So some of the commands which you are using here, it will not may not be available or may have changed during the period of time, right? So say for example, in some of the version you will not find this group by options, right? So if you check here, see, this is a complete help for that particular one, right? So you may not find that group by option anymore. Okay. But again, if you want to use that group by, if you see here, there is something called group by here, right? So sometimes if you are not finding that, the other option is group object. With that, you can definitely provide. So say for example, I'm having some content. Okay. Now sort by descending I have done. There's something called group object. Okay, so now you can group object with some properties. Okay, say for example I am taking name comma display name and status properties of that particular object. Now I'll group by
Status.
status. Yeah, so you can see that all the objects will be grouped by that. Okay, so if you see stop, all the objects which have stopped here will be displayed in a group, right? So this is how you can group it.
So, when you're running this type of running queries, so you got only the five service names you got, and the rest everything you got dot dot dot. And if you want to see the all the information, how do we can see?
See, there are multiple ways of doing that. Okay. Uh, One of my favorite ways is simply like assigning it to a variable. Okay. Now, if I go to $s and get member, I can see the properties, right? Now, if I wanted to see dot group, sorry, dot group, you can see that group,
Uh,
right? Like that.
Okay. Dot name also is there.
Yes, yes, you can see the name also, right?
Okay, name is just stopped and running. Okay.
Got it, right? So that's how
Yeah.
you can do that. Okay. All right. Clear with this sort object? Any questions on that?
Mhm.
All right. Okay. All right. The next one is measuring object, right? Now you can measure the object based on the count. You can, add the number of counts wherever the number is the integer. You can use to add it, sum it up, or maybe you can check the minimum number, the least number, or the smallest number. And then if you wanted to see what is the maximum value out of that particular list, right? Or you can say that what is the average from the that particular numbers. Okay. So the best example which I can say here is like get child item, right? So this is basically show you what is the size of this particular files, right? So with that, I can use this, okay? Right. So now say for example, I am taking the property. Okay. Now another thing, let's take some other folder because it does not have directory. So let's take Windows folder. Okay. Now you can see that there are multiple files and folders also, right? Now you just wanted to see what are the files. So you can do get hyphen child item and file, right? That will show you only the files, not the folders, right? Now every file is having its file size, right? So what we can do, we can pipe that, so the output of this will be sent to the other command, right? So here we are going to use measure. Measure, you can also type as measure or measure object, both are same, right? Is the alias for measure object. Measure is the alias for measure object, right? Now you can set the property for which property you wanted to see, right? So basically we have a property called length, that is a number, right? So let me take that property here. Okay. Now if I press enter, you can see that the number of counts first, right? So that will come by default, like how many files are there, that will be shown here. Okay. Now say for example you wanted to see the total sum of this particular number, you can use sum hyphen sum. So that will give you the sum for that numbers, right? Now if you wanted to see what is the smallest number on that, you can use minimum. So that will be giving you the minimum file size, so that is 0. Okay. And if you wanted to see the maximum file size, that will be this particular number, right? 53. um, okay. Now if you wanted to see the average of that, you can just provide average, right? So that will give you the average count also, right? Any questions on that? Now let's take it on a different example. Let's say get process you have, right? So this is also having some kind of properties, right? So let's see what is, uh, I'll go to the get member and see here, right? So basically these are all the alias properties which it is showing, like hm, handle, and that basically means something like handle count or something. So you can use handle count instant if you want to use. Okay. So now let's say I wanted to run the same measure object, right? I'll provide handle count. Okay. Now for that, let me take the sum. So you can see the sum here. So total count is 226 process that is
Is it
continuing.
a measure object alias is a measure?
No, alias is handle count, right? We've seen it here. See, here it is the alias is handles for handles is handle count, right?
No. For the measure object. In the previous, you
No,
use
no.
a measure
Measure object, you can use measure or measure object. That is
measure
alias.
object. Okay.
Yeah, both are same. Okay. Alright. Similarly, you can use minimum, maximum, and average. Right? Questions on that? Any questions you have? How you
Property
can
handle
measure?
count.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can you go back one more time?
Yes, please.
So property for the handle count. Can you scroll a little bit up? What is the handle count showing?
Handle count is your handles or handle count. Both the
Pro.
property name is
Okay. Okay.
okay. And
Yeah.
if you see the handles here, you can
Mhm.
see here handles, right? So you can see the numbers here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So we are targeting this particular property.
Yeah.
Okay. Clear? What is measure object?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Now this is what I was talking about. So if suppose you are not having the format object, what other options you have, right? So you can always use select object. Okay. So it is going to be your safest, and once you select it, you can also pass it on to the next pipe, and you will not have any difference in the properties, right? So how to use this command? So basically do here what we do here is like get, let's take for example service, right? Then you can use select or select object. Okay, either you can use, and then property name, what property you wanted to say for example name, status, okay, and display name, right? These three properties I want. If I wanted some other property like uh, start type, I can add that as well. Okay, right? Now if I wanted to export that to a CSV, or maybe I can export that to a JSON, right? Say for example, I wanted to convert it as a JSON, right? So you can see that values you can see it up here, right?
Yeah.
So
So
that's how.
right now,
Yeah.
when you're typing with the convert to,
Mhm.
you entered everything into the small letters, then automatically change to camel case. How it changed to camel case? Did you
So
type
you are
any?
telling typing like display name, right? Here
Yeah.
you are telling
No, you just no in the convert to you just type the convert to,
I press
and
the
then
tab button.
if you tap the tab press, it will automatically change to camel case.
Yes.
Uh,
Not only that, you can
mhm.
toggle between the commands. Okay.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
always
Okay.
preferable to use the tab button, so that
Tab.
it will
Okay.
be automatically converted that. So I just type like
Nice.
convert to. See, it is
Mhm.
very easy. Like convert, I press to, then put J, and it will automatically convert.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So yeah. Now that is how you use the select object. Now you know how to select that properties from that, right? Now that also have some other parameters. Like if suppose you wanted to get the list of only top 5, okay, so you can say like
Mhm.
first 5,
First 10. Fine.
okay, so you will get all the 5 from the top. Okay, similarly you have for last 5 you can use. Okay, clear?
Mhm.
Now if suppose you wanted to keep the last 2 numbers and show the output, or maybe let's take the first 5 and I'll skip 2. Okay, so what will happen, this 2 will be skipped, and then from there onwards it will take the 5 numbers, right? Let's see the output here. So now you can see that the first 2 is not selected. After that, ALG and other services has come, right? So like that, you can skip it. Now this skip is also applicable with last. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So the next thing what you can use is you can select unique. One second. All right. You can use unique. Okay. So it will be taking the unique one out of it. Okay. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Sorry, the Siri came in between. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, this, you can get the unique out of it. So, say for example, you remember in Excel sheet we used to search the unique one
Yeah.
and removing that duplicates and all. Similar
Yeah,
to
to
that,
skip
you
the
can select one.
duplicates. Yeah.
Correct. You
Mhm.
can use the unique one. So you will get only the unique one out of it. Okay. So sometimes it is really helpful when you are taking some data from CSV and you wanted to take the unique one out of it, then it is helpful. Okay. All right. That is all about the select object. Any questions on the select?
No.
Okay. So today, after you go, just practice this select object once. Okay. Sort object once
Mm.
and format object. These are really very important commands, and
Yeah.
wherever you are using, you are going to use this. Almost every single command will have these options, right? Yeah. Format
Yeah.
object will not be there that often, but the other stuffs like
Select.
sort
Right.
and select is like almost every single command will have select option, because you will not take the entire object, right? So say for
Mhm.
example, I'll give you a simple example. Let's say get service. If I type like export hyphen csv c colon temp slash services dot csv. Now if I open that in notepad, c colon temp slash services dot csv, right? Oops, sorry. Okay, there might be multiple files. Yeah, this was the file for me. Now you can see that it's having lot of stuffs here, right? Now if I open it in Excel, you can see the same content, right? See, so many data is there, right? Now if you don't want this all data, now say for example you are taking it for VMware or something, there will be lot of data, right? You don't need all the data, you just want some properties out of it, right? So how you are going to do is you just provide that particular value what you need. So say for example I use the same command, everything same, just I will use select or select object, then the property name like name, then display name, then status, then start type, right? Now, if I go back to that, you can see that it is now taking only that 4 properties, right? Clear, right? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll just open it in this one. Now you can see that only 4 properties are there. One,
Mhm.
2, 3, 4, right? Right. So that is how you can provide the customized output for that. Okay. You can now have the customized output, right? You don't have to take all the object. You can select what are the properties you need, and you can get the output, right? So your output is also very lean, right? the file size will be very small, right? So you are just sending what you need, or maybe you are trying to calculate something. You don't want the entire list. You just wanted a portion of it which you wanted to display, right? So that is why select is really very helpful. Okay. All right. Uh, yeah, this also we have seen, like you can provide the property, and that property you can use it as a comma separated values, and wildcards are also accepted. You can use the combination of first, last, skip, all those things you can use it. Okay. All right. This is something which you need to pay little attention here, right? So we are going to cover calculated properties here. Okay. So what it does is, like, when you have any properties, right?
Yeah,
So
one
when
thing.
it Mhm.
For the wildcard, suppose I need to select anything starting with A. It means do I need to use the asterisk in the
No,
PowerShell?
not like that. Not like that. I'll come back to that. So
Sure.
basically, that is basically what you are using is the filtering. You're filtering that
Uh-huh.
content, right? You
Okay.
are not selecting that object. Okay, selecting the object is like, you are taking, if suppose name is there, or something like, display name is there. So
Uh,
asterisk name asterisk, you will take all the properties with name will be taken, right? Like that.
mhm.
Okay, but
It's a
here,
different.
yeah,
Okay.
it is different. I'll explain what I got your question. That is coming up really very soon. Like next topic, maybe tomorrow I'll be taking that topic. Right. Today we have to focus on the custom properties. Right. Sorry,
Mhm.
calculated properties. So what calculated properties, or you can say that as you can customize that particular property, will help you select the name or the value of that as per your desired format. Okay. Now, say for example, I don't like the name, uh, display name. Okay. Instead, I want something like, it should show me like my display name. Okay. My display name should show, right? Or anything as per
Mhm.
you wanted to change that, right? So
Mhm.
that name you wanted to change, or maybe say for example, uh, let's take another example. Get WMI object class win32 underscore computer system, right? If you see that I'm having this total physical memory here, right? I don't like the way it is showing here, right? I will prefer to use it as memory, and I want it in GB, right? That is the way I want it into the output, right? But I'm not getting the way I wanted, right? I'm getting in some different format. So is it possible that we can change the name as well as format? So yes, you can do that with calculated properties, right? So once you are using the calculated properties, remember there are only two things. So basically we are using the hash table. Okay. But here you can use only two names. One is label and second is expression. Okay. Now label can also be written as L label, and there's one more thing which you can use, that is name or N, right? You can use either of the four for label, that is your name, and expression is something that value you are using on that. Okay. Now when you are using the properties, you are getting complete object, a table you are getting it from the previous command, right? Correct. So, say for example, get service, you are getting the entire table as output, right? Now you don't want the entire table. You just wanted to make one property change, correct? Not the entire property change, right? So, say for example, I just wanted to change the total physical memory, right? I don't wanted to change anything for the model or name, correct? I wanted to make this property. So when I'm passing this particular property, if I see here, I have many properties. Out of that, that particular property is one name. Okay, correct. So I don't want everything. So if suppose I wanted to refer to the pipe object, say for example, I wanted to refer to manufacture, I have to use it with $PS item or $_, right? Both are same. Okay. So say for example, select I'm using, right? So basically I'll be using something like this. Okay. I have a hash table. Okay. Then I can use either n equals to something. Okay. Let's say I'm using test here. Then the expression that is going to be your value, like what exactly you are doing. So you will be taking like $_ or $PS item. Now what does this means is that whatever you are passing it in this particular command, it can be anything. It can be get status, get service, right? If I want to use get process, the property name will change, right? Or whatsoever I'm using that particular command, based on that I'll be using the property, right? So in this case I'm going to use get wmi object class win32 underscore computer system, right? Now what I'm going to change here, let me open this parallelly with another window. Okay. Now here what I'm going to do is I'll just show you the command which I ran. Okay. So you can see that this property I wanted to change. Okay. So I'll change the name for this as memory, right? I can change it as memory, correct? So the name is now changed. Now for which property I'm going to change? Total physical memory, correct? I wanted to change the total physical memory. So how do I select? I have to use with either PS item or $_ dot the particular property name. So my property name is total physical memory, that I wanted to change it as memory, right? Now once I run it, you can see that now it has converted as memory and the value for memory is showing. Okay, clear? Any questions on that? Okay. So you will be asking like, I'm just getting memory. What about the domain name and other stuff? So you can use that also. You can provide domain. Okay. I have not selected it, so I haven't got it. Second is manufacturer. Usually I should be able to get tab, but I'm not getting that. Okay. So I'll take something small,
Or yeah, name
name,
and
and then
yeah, that's it.
memory, right? Now it is clear, right?
Okay. So can we get this one as a format list in the right hand side, how it is showing?
See, if suppose you wanted to get it in a format list, you can definitely put that as format list here.
Okay.
That's not a problem.
Okay. Domain.
Okay. So FL, you can use it with anything. See, that is only to display. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The next thing, okay,
Now
this
we
is
should
how
change that. We also want to change to GB, right? So
we
it's
will
just a
come back to that.
calculation.
We'll
Okay.
come back to that. Before that, I just wanted to explain something else. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here we are using the basically an hash table we are using. So here you can see that n is there, e is there, right? Now I will split it in front. I will split this information. Okay. Now you see, I can also take this. Let me take this command and put it up in ISC. Okay. Till here it is clear, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now I'll add the fourth property, that is total physical memory. So that I'm going to change. So I'll create a hash table. Okay. Now I'm making a small twist in this. Okay. So let me select, after the pipe you can select it on a new line, so it will work exactly the same. Okay. If you run it, it will work exactly the same. Okay. I'm just making one change here. Okay. If I run this, okay, I can make it into the second line. Okay. Now I can put like n equals to, or you can use label, name, or whatever you wanted to use. So it is basically a hash table. So I'll say that RAM this time. Okay. Now the next line I'll go and type E or expression, right? You can use either. I don't want to type that long, so I'll just type E equals to. Now again, it's a script block. Okay. Like this. Okay. Now here you are passing something from the previous pipe, so definitely you have to use dollar underscore. I prefer using dollar underscore. It was introduced after version 3. Since I was using before that, so I am habituated of using dollar underscore. So whenever you see me writing the code, you can find dollar underscore in that. But
So
Microsoft
what
suggests you to Mhm.
what is replaced with the dollar underscore right now?
PS item.
Oh, PS
Okay,
item. Mhm.
PS item is exactly the same, and Microsoft suggests you to use PS item instead of dollar underscore.
Okay.
Okay, right. Now from that, what property I need? Total
You
physical
need
memory.
total physical memory.
Okay, so I can take like total physical memory, right? The name should be correct. If you have any spelling mistake on that, it will not work as expected, right? Let's run this. Okay. If you notice, I have not used semicolon here, right?
Hmm.
So what if I make, see, it worked for me, right? There's no problem with that,
Yes.
right? Now, if I run like this, will it work?
Yes, it will work.
It will work, right? Now, if I remove this space, will it work?
Mhm.
It worked, right? Now let me remove this space also. Will it work? Yes, it
Yes.
will work. Okay. Now I can take this space out. Will it work?
No.
It will not work. Why it is not working? It's like, you are having two different properties, right? So if when you are having two different line and you wanted to merge two different command, you can split it with using semicolon, right?
Okay.
So say for example, if you want to write two different command, get service, okay, and also want to run get process, okay. If you run like this, definitely it will work. It will work both, right? But
Mhm.
if you try to add it on the same line, it will not work, right? Now if you put a semicolon in between, then it will become a one liner and you can again write, okay.
Got you.
So,
Got you.
so that is why we are using semicolon here, right? Because we are having two
Mhm.
different lines. Clear on that?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's come back to your topic. Like I wanted to convert it into GB.
Mhm.
So, when you are using the calculated property, you can have shortcuts for specific memory amounts like KB, MB, GB, TB, or PP, right? So you can do the same thing, okay? But in this case, what you're going to do is that you will divide it by 1 GB, okay? Uh, it's not partial is not case sensitive, so you can
Mhm.
use any case. It doesn't matter, okay? You run it, you can see that now it is showing me as 32 GB RAM.
Oh,
Okay,
so you don't need to do any other math by dividing 10, 24 and all the stuff.
no,
By
no, no. You just provide 1 GB. That is enough. So basically, what we used to do is like um, all the newbies they used to do something
yeah,
like
but
this.
no, we used to do 1024 by 1024 something we used to do.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. That is not required. Just provide like divided by 1 GB and it is done.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, it's very simple. Alright. Now, similarly, if suppose you wanted to change it to MB, definitely you can do that. You can see that it's about 32,659 MB, right?
Mhm.
So you can use any such format. Clear?
Yeah.
Now, this is something which you have to look. Okay, you can use the format object. Krishna, you are also clear with all the things we have covered till now, right?
Yes, yeah.
Any questions you have?
So far, no. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, like, maybe when I'm trying to execute them or try it out, that's where like I will come up with some questions, I guess. So,
You can also run it on your system,
yeah,
right? You can work along with me, so that will be helpful for you also, right? So what you can do is that you can create one file, right? Whenever we are giving an example, you create one file in this particular ISE, and then later on you can save it somewhere like PowerShell classes one folder. You make it, and every day, day one, day two, all the commands you can write it up there, so that will be there for you whenever you wanted to refer, right?
yeah, sure.
Okay, so now this is really very important. Okay, pay little attention here. Say for example, I wanted to convert this into two decimal spaces. Okay, how do I do that? So basically, there is something called format object. So how exactly we are going to do? First, I need to calculate this first, right? So I have put it inside the parenthesis. So whenever I put anything on the parenthesis, that will be calculated first. After getting that calculated properties, I am getting something like this. Now this I have to make it into two decimal spaces, right? So we use the format object. So how do I use the format object? It's like this is the object. I have to put minus f in front of that. Okay, that will change that format. Now we have to define like what format it has to convert. So in double quotes, we'll be using like, okay, I want the first object. So if suppose you are having multiple object like this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, so you can use that numbers like for first object you want, or second object if I am having comma something else, so you can use 1 for that, 2 for that, 3 for that. Okay, I am going to use the first property. So for this I am going to take, and after that I will say that, okay, I wanted it as number. If I wanted it as percentage, I can say that it's percent. Okay, but I wanted it as a number and two decimal spaces, so I can provide like 2. Okay, if I want 3, I can provide 3. Okay, now it got as two decimal spaces. Okay, if I want it as three decimal spaces, I can provide it as three decimal spaces. Okay,
Mm.
clear?
Yeah.
Just remember that since you are calculating this, okay, you have to put that inside bracket, otherwise it will not work as expected, right? It will not be able to say for which particular object you wanted to uh, you know uh, divided by 1 GB, right? So it may not give you the expected result. So suppose you are finding some issues with that particular output, just enclose that, calculate that first, and then proceed with the next. Okay. Oops, sorry.
It's after 1 GB.
Yeah.
So 0 colon n3 means 0 is for the index of the within the parenthesis one. Okay,
Right.
so
What
first
all
we
the
have
format
only
you are
0.
using? What all the
Okay.
format you are using? You can use
Uh-huh.
multiple formats. Like for first object, this is your first, right? So it always starts with
Mhm.
0. Okay. So this is the
Okay.
first object. So 0 you are using.
Okay.
Okay. This is the position, right?
Mhm.
You can
Mhm.
also put something like for zeroth position you are going to have something, so first position you are going to have something, right? You can set that. Okay, but for
Okay.
now you don't have anything on the first position, right? So
Mhm.
you can put like n2, right? So you will be able to get that, right? uh 1 second, let we don't have anything, so let's take this. Okay, now if you want it as percentage, you can use it as percentage. Okay, correct.
Okay.
So like that you
Yeah.
can uh, take that object, right? And 2 is for two decimal space. All right guys, I have to drop, I have to join another session. So
Okay.
let's end this session for today. Any questions before we end the session for today?
Yeah, I just have one question. I just sent you a link, right? In that
Hmm.
one, I'm trying to find out the local policies with the PowerShell. I couldn't find the
Can
local
you please
security
send me
policy.
that link again because I rejoined, right? So it's
Yeah,
moved out from me.
just sending again.
Hmm.
So if you open the link,
Okay, one second.
if you scroll down,
One second, one
uh,
second.
okay,
Okay,
on the left-hand side, you have a local policies. Will you
right.
open? Okay,
Hmm.
and user rights and assignments.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you scroll on the right-hand side,
Hmm.
if you scroll down,
Hmm.
perform. Suppose any of this thing policy, under which policy, who are the users? I just need to find any of this one.
Okay.
How to check this one? Uh, Suppose if you open that, change the time zone, under that one
Mhm.
security settings, you have a local services and users and administrators. How to list out
Okay.
these three users with the PowerShell?
See, you can do that. Okay.
Hmm.
But for that, maybe you have to use certain WMI object. Maybe you might have to use if there is no command specific for that. So it
Yeah.
is like kind of the local policy. So
Mhm.
let's find if suppose you have something called local policies there. Let's
Yeah, I
say,
tried, as we said yesterday, with the verb and noun, with user rights and assignments, something like that, but I couldn't find anything commands.
yeah, this is not there. So in that
Okay,
case, what we used to do is that we can see every data, whatever you are finding it here, right? That will be there
uh-huh,
in the repository, right?
okay,
So basically, you can use something like the one second. Let's do
yeah,
continue this tomorrow because the other batch is started, right?
yeah, 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 sure,
All
fine.
right then. All right. So basically, what happens is like when you say about partial providers, so basically it's like data stores which look like the hard drive, right? So how you used to browse your files, right? So you will say that C colon, that particular folder, and if suppose you wanted to go inside CD, that particular folder, right? How you're browsing through this all folders, right? The same structure you can use to for different data stores, not just limited to your file system. It can be your certificates, it can be your registry. Okay, so these all adapters you can connect that data store and you can browse to that, right? So that is basically what we mean by the providers, right? So it allows file system kind of similar to file system how exactly it looks. It will be looking exactly like that. I'll show you an example so that you'll be having clear understanding on that. So let's say get PS provider. If you see, there are multiple providers available, right? One is your registry, one is your alias, environment, file system, function, variable, right? Now these all are like providers, so you can browse through that. Like let's say you are into C drive, right? This is your file system. You are browsing this C colon Windows system, right? Now if you wanted to go to registry, you can say that cd hklm colon, you can type dir again, so it will give you all those which you are having access to, right? Then you can go to cd software. Okay, you can simply browse how you are browsing your file system, but you are browsing through your registry, right? Now C colon is again a file system, right, which you are accessing from here. Okay, so that is your PS providers. Okay, now uh, see, there are certain people who are developing the providers also, so you can develop your own providers also if you want to, right? So yeah, this is mainly about the PS provider. So each provider will have its own capability. So you can see that it can have, um, show process capability is there. This is having transactions capability is there. This you can use with credentials. Drive some files or something. I have that capability of using the filter, but I won't be having any capacity of having a filter in the environment. Now what is environment? Environment is again a provider. So if I go to cd uh, env colon, okay, I can see like all the environment variables up here, like computer name. So if you remember, I used to type like $en
Yeah, ENV. Yeah.
colon computer name, right?
Yeah.
So basically it is taking this particular one, right? So you can see here computer name, right? Again, if you want app data, you can take the app data, right? Or OS, if you want, you can get that base OS architecture, which OS it is, and processor identification, processor architecture, right? All those information, if you want, you can collect it from the environment variable. Not only that, many a times, if suppose you wanted to add some environment variables when you are working with some development stuff, right? So you may need to add something to the environment variable, so you can add that, so it is also saved here, right? So okay, coming back to the topic. All right, so again, if that provider does not support that capability, you cannot use the corresponding properties, right? Say for example, if you see here uh, like the filter, right? Filter can only be used with file system, and transaction you cannot use it with file system, but you can use it with registry, right? So that is what it is telling, right? So yeah, to get the information about that particular PS provider, you can any way type like get help registry, right? So it will give you help regarding that registry. Okay, and if you want to get more information on the PS provider, you can anytime type about underscore providers, and you can get the help regarding the PS providers, right? So now PS drives, okay, these two are linked. So basically what is PS drive is the drive which represent the connected storage, right? So now you were telling about this PS provider. If you see that it is attached to a drive, right? Now for environment you are using env drives, right? Like that C drive is there, function also is a drive, right? So say for example cd function colon, right? So you can see all the functions which is available on your system, right? Similarly cd variable, all the variables which you are defining, you can see there, right? So say for example $x equals to 10. Now if I run this again, now you can see that $x which I just added it is there, right? But it is just limited for this particular session. If I take a new session, okay, I will not be able to get the same $x. I am typing, it's empty because $x is not defined here. It is only available for that particular session. Okay.
Hmm.
All right. So,
So even
so
though the value is present, it is only applicable for that particular session.
is only applicable for the particular session. So, say for example, I'm using like $x equals to something like this. Okay, I'm just adding my name here. Okay. Now, if I type $x, I can see it here, right? But again, on the same way time, if I'm taking another window and typing like $x, I will not get anything, right? Now, if I type like $x equals to, hmm
So
sorry,
it's
I
like,
missed it.
no, sorry, it's like kind of like a temporary variable.
Always the variable will be temporary to that session only. Okay.
Okay.
So once you close that session, that variable will be gone.
Okay.
Okay. But there are some predefined variables, right? That, okay, I'll just tell you about that since we are covering that topic. See, now you can see that there are like predefined variables called you can also say that it's automatic variables, right? So in that, what happens is like error. It's a variable. So if I type anything and there's an error, I can go to error and see that all the errors I can check it here, right? Now, if I wanted to see the last error, I can just type 0 and I can see the last error. Okay, it's like a kind of a array where I can go and check the last array, right? So similarly, there are multiple variables which is there, right? And when you are creating any variable, make sure that you are not using any of these variables. Okay, so say for example host. Okay, now this is quite common. Many people do this mistake. Okay, so what they will do? Okay, I am having, suppose I'm working with VMware, PowerShell. Okay. Now I'll say that ESXi host. So I will say that okay, my host name equals to, let's say like ESXi1. Okay. This is my host name, right? Now I have assigned it to a variable. Now what happened is that here it has shown the error, but in some of the cases it will not show the error,
So it
right?
is difficult to understand like what was wrong.
No, no, no. It is a predefined variable. So if you
Yeah.
type $host,
Okay. Yeah.
it is having already some value. It will never change. Okay. So by chance it is not throwing error and you are trying to assign that to a variable, it will assign that. But next time when you run, it will give you this output only. Okay. So make sure that you are not updating any of these values. It is kind of a read only values. Okay. Say for example, true and dollar e. One second. We are not, yeah, in the variable only, right? Yeah, pwd is like present working directory, right? So there, if you're trying to add anything, it will not work, right? So these are predefined values, so you should not create a variable which is having the name similar to these values, like input. Okay, it's a good example. Let's say I'll say that dollar input equals to uh, hello world, right? Now, the value of input is hello world, correct?
Yeah.
Now let's see what is the value of input. See, it's empty now, right? So this
Yeah.
is what happens when you use the predefined values.
Okay.
So yeah, so let's come back to the topic. All right. So likewise, for PS drives, you can use this drive letters. It's not limited to one characters. Okay, and it does not have colon in the end. Okay, it does not include the colon, right? How we used to do like C colon D colon. But yes, if suppose you wanted to go inside that particular drive, you have to use colon only. Okay, now, but here if you see, there's a command called get hyphen ps drive, right? When you see, you can see all the drive letters here, but if you see here, it does not have anything called colon. Only this one is having the colon, which is referring to root C colon, right? But if you see, it is not having any colon inside that. Okay, that is what it tells, like drive letter does not include the colon. Okay, so the other thing is, like, if suppose you wanted to create a new PS drive, you can use a new PS drive, right? Say for example, you wanted to map a drive, right? You can go to help new PS drive and examples, right? Now you can see that how exactly you can create a drive. So here you can see that it's creating a map drive called public, and which is referring to that particular server slash public SMB drives, right? So this is like creating a temporary drive, but again you can create a persistent drive also, which you can put hyphen and persistent. If you provide, it will create a persistent drive. So whenever you log in, you can see that that drive is connected there and you can use it. But that PS drive will not be available here. Okay. So if you go to your computer, you cannot see that particular drive here. All right. So where is it? If you go to this computer, you cannot see that. map drive here. It is not a map drive. Okay, it is just, but whenever you are using PowerShell, you can see that drive there, PS drive there, right? So say for example, you have selected like S colon for this particular path, then whenever you wanted to use from PowerShell, you can definitely use it. Okay, all right. So that is something which you can use to map a drive, right? I think there is one for persistent also is there. Yeah, persist is there, right? See, so you can have a persistent drive there. So whenever you log in, reboot or something, you will still have that. If you go to any other session also, you will get that. Okay. So that is for the persistent connection. All right. Krishna, you are there?
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute, and I've been saying.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead. What you are asking?
Oh, no. I was saying, yeah, I got it. That's what I thought. Like I've been talking to you all this time, but I
Okay.
didn't realize that like I was on mute all this time.
No worries. Okay. Krishna, one more thing. Like, say for example, if you are using PS Drive, you have to be careful about this some commandlets which you are using. So here you can use the noun item wherever is possible. All the, see, there are few things, okay, like get command item, right? Sorry, noun uh, item, right? You can provide like asterisk item, so it will take all the commands which have item in it. Okay, so it will be like child item you can use. Okay, you can use copy item, you can have clear item, all those things which is having item on this, you can use with this command. Okay, so that's what it says, like, whenever you are using this PS drive, you can use the noun item, child item, or item property. So most of the things you will yeah, some of the things they are different, but most of the things whatever you are getting it with noun item, you will be able to use with that. So that includes your item, child item, and item property, right? Now location also you can use, that is like set location, pop location, and that is like cd uh, change direction, directory and all, right? So cd is basically set location, actually is alias for set location, right? So similarly, when you are working with the file system, okay, now there is something different scenarios. One is with the file system. A file system is completely different from your registry, and it's completely different from your uh, certificates, right? So in registry, whenever you are using, you can use new item, uh, remove item, get item, all the hyphen items you can use. Okay, new item is like make directory, md, all those things are the alias for this new item, right? And similarly, remove item deletes the file, so you can use del, erase, rd, these are all the alias for the remove item, right? Like that, get item, get child item, these two commandlets you can use. So gis, gci, dir, ls, these all are the alias for that. That will include, exclude, include, filter parameters. Okay. All right. So this is with the file system. Remember this. Okay. When you are using with file system, you can use item, right? Now, when you are using the registry, you can use item and child item nouns, and you can use item property to manage the keys and values, right? So say for example, cdhk lm, right? Sorry. So this is your registry, right? One second, I will go to regedit. Okay. So this is your registry. So here you can go to the local machine. You can see the exact same thing here, right? If you go to software, you can see the exact same thing, whatever we are having it here, right? Now, if suppose you wanted to manage like keys here, you wanted to create a new key, or you wanted to see the keys and all that stuff. So for that, you have to use the item property. Okay. Okay. The only thing you have to remember, in registry, you can use all those things which have item property, but you cannot use anything that is having invoke in it. Okay, invoke commands are not supported in registry. But if you take certificate, invoke is something which you need it. Okay, so that is some of the differences between. See, uh, this topic, I don't know how frequently you are going to use it. This is like very rare when some person who is specifically into server administration, they will be keen on understanding this, right? Maybe certificates, it might be helpful for you, Krishna, because you are into this one, right?
Security, yeah.
uh, yeah, so you might be interested in certificates, right? But apart from that, yeah, registry also is important, because many a times there will be some keys which you need to add it, or maybe you wanted to delete some of the keys quite often. So you may possibly require the registry also, right? I'm not sure you are using registry for anything.
Yes, yeah. For any GPO policy settings, that like we kind of make sure that like the registry informations are updated. So any exception policy that needs to be applied for that particular component and stuff, we do that. We kind of like touch the registry. So yeah,
Okay.
it's yeah, use of it.
So basically, I will give you an example. Like a few years back, there is some, ransomware attacked the entire world, right? So you might have heard about WannaCry virus, right?
Mm.
There was ransomware. It was there long back. So for removing that, there was a registry key which, if you run it, it will automatically clean that one, right? So that was the key for fixing that issue. So whatever server is having that WannaCry, you just have to remove that registry key and then it will be safe, right? So that way, suppose you wanted to remove some registry keys, right? You can directly use, remove hyphen, item, or item property. Suppose you wanted to remove anything for that specific keys, right? If you want to remove, so you can use this registry to add, remove, delete, all those stuff related to registry. Okay, so again, item property value is there. So get hyphen item property value is there, right? So you can provide that particular value and it can give you the example. You can go for the help for this particular one and it will give you the help for that. Okay, so always keep your help updated. That is the only thing which it can help you. So now you can see that this is an example, right? HKLM, you are going to that particular path and you are trying to get the product ID from this. Okay, we'll take an example for that. Control C, control break, right? Control control C, control B, right? So just remember only one thing. You cannot remember each and every single command, right? But help is something which you can remember at any point of time. If you have the help, proper help, then you can write any script. You don't require anything to be grabbed from the internet. It's very less chance that you have to need to go to internet to find something, right? uh, so this is something which you can use it with registry, item, child item, item property. These are some of the command lists which you can use for registry, right? Similarly for certificate also, the certificate uses item and child item noun. Okay, you cannot use item property here. Item property can be used only in your registry, right? Okay, so here in certificate you cannot use the item property, but you can use the invoke item, right? So basically invoke item command when you use, okay, you can use that to open your um, certificate snap-ins and all, right? So now say for example, if you want to go inside the certificate, so cd cert, right? If you go to cd cert, you can see all the options like it is for the current user or for the local user. So you can go to cd local cd current user. Yeah, if you open like invoke item and provide that path, it will open the MMC console for you. Okay. So basically how we are using is like we used to go to MMC, then we used to add snap in, we'll go to certificate, and this is how we usually used to add, right? We can use service, computer account or a user account or a service account. So basically we use a user account finish, and okay, then we can see all the current user accounts, right? In personal we used to create that certificate, and then we used to move it to the trusted root certificate or something like that, right? As per the requirement we are doing, right? So same thing you can also do here. If you want to go to that MMC console, you can directly go to user and press enter, so it will automatically open the MMC console for you. Okay, so that is for opening your certificate snap-ins. Then here you can use get child item, right? So CD is actually the get child item which I'm using. Sorry, DIA is basically the get child item. So I can see all the content here. So personal is basically your my. Okay, so personal here is there, right? Where exactly it is? Yeah, this is basically referred to as my. That is the only difference you can see. And if you want to copy anything from personal uh, to root certificate, you can use that particular one, right? So from my, you can see all the certificates in that. CD my dir. If suppose you are having any certificates up there, you can see that. Okay. Uh, this is something about the certificates. Any questions on this, Krishna? Any questions on this?
No, actually, sorry. Yeah, I was on.
See, I think you are specifically into security, so you might be using that. But usually these topics, nobody that much, go deep into that.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
So, but I just wanted you to have this knowledge because, in any field, right? So most of the people, why they are using PowerShell is for the cloud purpose, right? So they
Mm.
will never come out to, PS drives and all, right? But we should be knowing when you are dealing with VMs and all, right? But in your case, it's completely different, right? Okay. So now when you're working with other PS drives, let's say you wanted to add something like Active Directory. Once you add Active Directory, that will also have their own, PS drives. When you add uh, web administration, that IIS server, that will also have their own PS providers, right? So you can add that also there. When you type import Active Directory, all that will be loaded there. Okay. So
So
built-in,
basically, that module added, it will have all those other provider information as well. That's what it is.
correct. So let me show you that. Okay. Uh, it's on that particular server. Okay. Now, if I type get hyphen ps provider, okay, I can see that AD is now added, right?
Mm.
Now that is having its own capabilities like include, exclude, filter, should process. There are some other capabilities for that. Okay. Now that doesn't mean that you can go to get AD colon, you can browse through all that, right? It is kind of little different, right? So yes, you can browse through up to an extent as long as your account is having access to it, right? Similarly, if you are having, so basically if it is not showing here, you can just type import module Active Directory, and then if you type the same command like get ps provider, that time it will show that. Sometimes it will not show you by default, right? If suppose you are having IIS server, that will also not show you. Once you run it, it will show. Okay, so you have to import that module to show that examples sometime. Okay, it is not that all the commands will have its drives. It is just limited to some of the technology, like Active Directory is having its own, IIS having its own. Maybe you add something else like SharePoint, it may have its own, right? But it will not be anything for Hyper-V. It's not there, right? So all right, so that is about the PS drives and PS provider. I know it is a little confusing topic, right? But it is very helpful for a few things. I'll just go through that. Okay. So basically, if you wanted to see what all the uh, environment related stuff, that is really very helpful. So you can go to environment and see all the environment variables. This is something which most of the people uses, right? The other stuff is like cd hklm colon. Okay, you can go there, and software, sometimes you may have to uh, you know get the properties of that particular registry key, right? So say for example you wanted to get the product information, or maybe you wanted to uh, get some specific keys. Let me say, uh, let's say go to Microsoft. Okay, if you go to current version, you can get all the information regarding your Windows, right? Like what is the program files, all those information you can get it from here, right? So similarly, if you want to get any information from uh, there was one more path, like run. Okay, by default, when you run the computer, what are the things which runs automatically or run at once is set. You can check those information and uh, you know um, put it on the health check report, right? So these things you can go and check it. You can browse to this particular path, fetch the information and update it in your health check report, right? So that is something which you can do with this, right? The other thing is like certificate. So most of the time, whenever there is any certificate related issue, you can copy that from any path, save it, upload it, or whatever you wanted to do with the certificates, you can do. So these are some of the tasks which usually we used to do with PS drives and PS providers. Okay, can you search the processor which I am using using the PowerShell? I
Uh,
wanted to see the processor of my computer. How do I do that?
Processor of your computer.
Right.
Get hyphen processor.
I don't have anything called processor.
Get hyphen process.
No, that is different. Get process is getting the process which is running.
Oh, okay. Uh, so this is your getting your processor of the computer.
Okay, that processor is little critical. Today we have gone to dollar env colon computer env we have seen, right?
Oh,
Env we have something called processor architecture. We can go and check the processor architecture, and processor related identifier. You can check the processor information, right? That is one way of doing it. Okay. The other way of doing it is like we can check whether there is any command for that. Okay. So get command. Okay, which have process in it or processor in it, right?
okay.
Okay, I can have touch with that. Okay, now I can see that there is something called VM processor, but does it uh, uh, solve my purpose? No, because this is for the VMs. Okay, what are the Hyper-V VMs I am using? That is for that. So if you see that, it is for modules Hyper-V, right? So
Yeah.
there is no specific commands yet for finding the processor, right?
Oh,
But there are other ways of doing it. Okay, one is get wmi, okay, object, then I can provide class win32 underscore processor. With that I can check the processor information, right? That is also possible. Okay,
okay. Okay.
Okay, but in general, you don't have something to get the processor information, right? Okay. Now tell me, if suppose I wanted to uh, get the uh, get the event logs, okay, from uh, okay, let's me go this way, event viewer, right?
Yeah.
Let me go to the event viewer. I am looking for logon. Okay, I just wanted to see if suppose there is any logon failure on my system. Okay, how do I check? Can you write the code and share it with me?
Okay. How?
Or tell me how. I just wanted to see who has logged on failures, right? How do I check the logon failures?
Okay.
I don't see any logon failures here. Maybe see all are like audit successful only, but in many of the systems you can see like the audit failure is also there, right? I don't see anything here. Okay, leave it. Maybe in your system also it will be difficult to find. Okay, let's find the error event logs from system and give me the last error updates for me. Can you do so?
Error.
I just wanted the errors in system. Okay, from system, what are the errors I am getting? I wanted to see the last 5 errors.
Okay. So we need to go to get event log.
Okay, okay, but before that, you're forgetting the most important part. You don't know about the commandlet which it is going to use.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do step by step. Let's start with step by step.
Yeah. Help get event log.
Okay. Before that, there is one more step. Get command. Okay. You just provide like what you want, event log, right?
Log. Yeah.
Press enter. Now you see the list of all the things which is possible with get event log, right? I found something called event log. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'll say that okay, get event log. I don't know how it works or whether it is matching my requirement. I'll go to help,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now you can see all the things which is possible here.
So
Okay. Now, yeah. Now you can go with examples.
example. Yeah.
Okay. Now you see like from system you wanted to find the newest file logs. Till here it is correct, right? But you are missing one crucial thing. What is that? We wanted the entry type error, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, so how we can do that?
There is one called entry type over there which says like so log name. Is there any other example?
Now you tell me how I can find the error logs only.
So okay, the parameter by using the entry property or like the parameter with pipeline saying entry type.
Parameter, okay, pipe, and then what I have to do?
Um.
So basically what you are doing here,
Okay. So over here,
you are trying to filter the data, correct?
correct. Yeah. So it's like
So filter means what you are going to use.
filter. Okay. Filter.
Filter, you know filter. Filter means what? Which commandlet you are using for filtering the data? You remember this?
Oh yeah. Select object where objects. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now what you are going to do? Dollar underscore dot entry type.
Type
Okay.
error.
Equals,
Okay. Error.
right?
Okay.
Now since we are used the newest here, okay, So you are getting only 5 entries. So the 5 entries does not have that events, right?
Yeah.
So what I have to do to get the total 5 events? I
That,
just need the 5 events.
yeah.
So what I have to do?
So pipeline. You put in the what do you call the newest 5.
For that you have to use select.
Select. Yeah.
Select uh, newest. What happened? Select object. One second. For some reason it is not. Yeah. Okay, sorry. You have to use the first, right?
Okay.
First 10.
Then,
Okay, newest is for event log, right?
okay.
Now this is like first 10. So you are getting now error, right? Only error type as error you are getting,
Uh,
or first 5 you need. You provide like first 5. You are getting the first 5 error types, right? Now you got the answer. How you can do that?
yeah.
Clear? You know how to do the step by step, right?
Yes. Correct. Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, it
Now.
little slow for me that like I need to go and see to it and go do it. It won't
Mhm.
come right into my mind. Yeah.
No, you will be able to get it. See, this is the very basics, okay?
Mm,
Now you understood, right? Whenever you have a issue, how you gonna create your script, right? See,
yeah.
this is your building block.
Okay.
Uh, in PowerShell, I'm not teaching you like the commandless how to use it.
Yeah.
I'm teaching you how to use that building blocks. Okay?
Yeah.
How you know the Lego, right?
Uh,
We have so many things, right? Some will be small, some will be big. Now it is our creativity how I can make it as a car. You can make it as a human-sized robot. You can make it with that. Some things also works, right? So
yeah.
these are all you are just adding one by one blocks and creating a final script. That is
Yeah.
what we are doing here in PowerShell. Okay. So
Yeah.
these are the building blocks like select. So we know that okay, we are going to select some specific property out of it and we are taking first 5 or last 5 or skip. These are things which we have done in select, right?
Yeah.
Where is what we are fetching some information from that, right? We are filtering that. Okay, so you are getting a long list. Out of that you wanted to filter some specific properties, right?
Yeah.
Now what sort was doing, either it was sorting alphabetically, ascending, or it's descending, right? These are
Okay.
the main things which we have covered, right?
Yeah.
Now in pipelines, what else we have done, right? We have also seen like when you are doing the help, what it was doing when you type the help section, it will provide you that particular many information it will give. So say for example, if you go for event log, so what all things we are looking into the help section. Okay, I'll just show you. Go with full.
Uh,
Okay, there are full, there is something called example, and otherwise if you are using simple, it will show you the syntax, right? Now this syntax, you know how to read the syntax, correct?
uh, yes.
You know that there are different parameter sets,
Correct. You cannot.
correct?
Yeah.
You cannot mix and match, right?
Yeah.
You will get a description of that particular command, what it is happening there,
Mm,
correct?
correct. Yeah.
Then you know about the parameters, what exactly it is taking the value as a parameter, right? You can use only that parameter, you cannot use anything else on that,
Yeah.
correct? That also we know.
Yeah.
The other thing is that if suppose it is accepting pipeline input,
That
then you
by
know that it is
property. That by property name. Yeah.
correct. That also we know, right?
Yeah.
Now I think whatever we have learned till now, almost we have covered everything, correct?
Yeah.
So this is something which we have done till now, right? So say
Yeah.
for example, entry type, it takes event as a string value it is taking, but it does not accept anything from the pipeline, right? So these are something which we have seen. Anything else we have covered? So basically now you can, write your small scripts, right? At least you can now run something from, if somebody is asking anything, you can find the command and execute it, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, I will try to do some registry changes, or not registry changes, at least some value changes for a common registry. Try to see
See,
that one.
correct. Whenever you have, you know that what all the commands is using. Whenever you have anything from this perspective, right? Uh, like provider's property, it is always like item is going to be there, right? Either it is item, get child item, or item, or invoke will be there, and invoke is not applicable with registry, right?
Mm,
In registry it will have invoke property, sorry, item property, but item property will not be there in certificate. These are some of the things which you have to know, but
okay,
net to net all the item commands will work.
okay,
Okay, that is what you have to be careful about.
okay.
Then you can search it, right?
Okay. I think in today's chapter, I need to go back again and do some. Like learn again. Yeah, and go through that.
Correct. You can go through that topic, and if you have any questions regarding this, you can reach out to me. Okay.
Oh,
So in tomorrow's session, I'll have some time for that, where you can ask all the questions related to this.
okay, sure.
Okay. All right. So shall we try one or two more questions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I just wanted to see whenever my computer had a GP update. Okay.
Okay,
I wanted you to write a, you know, um, command for me, and I wanted the last 10 GP updates when it happened in my system.
okay.
Okay, can you write the code and send it back to me in the chat window?
That one you want it from a Windows Cloud Founders application, right?
Right. See, this is from the application one. Information I have to check, and the source should be GP. Okay. Do one thing.
Mm,
Test it up today and bring it up tomorrow. We can check this up.
okay, sure.
All right. All
Yeah.
right then.
I
See you
don't have
tomorrow.
much information on it because when I
Mhm.
put examples, it's actually giving me. I don't have. I have to still. I
Update.
think,
Yeah.
yeah,
Update.
use update help. That's what it's asking me to do. So
Okay.
yeah.
Just do it, and tomorrow you come back to me. We'll figure it out. All right. So today we are going to take the new topic, working with variables, array, and hash table. Okay. So before we start, do you have any questions on any of the previous topics?
Uh, Module 7, we have not completed totally. Right? Last time we had some issues, and
Module 6, right?
yeah, Module 6. I think
One
we have
second.
stopped in the middle.
Okay. Which topic was that? Uh,
Simu, we have completed this part also. Completed this slide, and
yeah, that is it. That is the end of that particular.
oh, okay, then fine. Yeah, then we have completed.
Yeah. So today we are going to cover this new topic, working with variables, arrays, and hash tables. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what are variables? Variables we have already seen, like what is variable, like
Mhm.
how to define the variable. A variable is where you store the value or the object in a memory. Okay. Now, some things what you can do with variable is like you can store a log file. Okay, so say for example, you wanted to store something related to the logs, like the date, time, then what happened to that particular step, all those things. the logs whichever you are writing, right? You can write it up. Okay, you can write it up multiple times. You can keep appending to that, and at the end, once it is all updated, you can move it up to a desired output. Whether it can be a JSON value, it can be a CSV, it can be a uh, HTML file. Then you can derive and store the email address based on the name of the account, right? So if you select some of the name, you can have the email address account, for that particular account. You can store something like that, or you can even name the variable with the name or date, right? So say for example, you wanted to store something for last 30 days, and now you wanted to also rename that file name to be that particular name. That all you can do it with the variables. These are some of the things which we commonly use with variables. Now once you save anything to that particular variable, you can also use your object properties. Then you can use the methods for that. All those things you can uh, do it with that particular variable. I think most of that we have already seen in the past, but we'll go into detail when we are going with this topic. Okay. So now variables and their values can be viewed in the PS drive. So you remember there was something called variable colon, and we
Yeah,
are going to
yeah,
variable colon and
yeah. You
dollar.
showed in the environment variables during the time you show that.
Yeah, correct. But not only that, we also seen like dollar x equals to 10. We have stored
Uh-huh.
into a variable, and then we are looking
Yeah,
into that, right?
yeah.
All right. Okay. So some of the variable naming, how exactly we should, uh, you know, um, name a variable, that we are going to look into this particular topic. Okay. So the variable name should be easily understandable, right? So say for example, if I'm writing something like log file name, right? So it should be having something related to the log file name, right? Or
Mhm.
if suppose you are writing something like AD users, right? So it should have something like $AD users or something, right? But if
Mhm.
suppose you are writing like XYZ, it doesn't make any sense, right? What exactly that
Yeah.
XY, right?
Mm.
So it will be difficult for you to understand in future, like what you have stored in that particular variable. Now it is easy when you are going with 5 to 6 lines of code, right? But
Yeah.
imagine now you are writing around 300 to 400 lines of code. Now you are trying to understand what you wrote for XYZ. It will be really very difficult to identify that. Okay. Now you can use space in between, okay, for the variable name, but it has to be enclosed inside the braces. If you enclose inside the braces, definitely you can use the space also, but highly not recommended to use so. All right. But
Mhm.
it is possible. Okay. And it should contain only alphanumeric characters. It should not have any special characters to that. Okay. That is one of the requirement for creating your variable. And these variable names are not case sensitive. uh, I think the entire process, whenever we have seen, the PowerShell is not at all a case sensitive, except for one or two cases where we are explicitly providing like CEQ or something. Then in that case it requires something which is case sensitive, right? Otherwise in most of the cases it's case insensitive, right? Now here these are some of the examples where how you can write. Okay, so mostly we are using the camel case in this, right? So it
Mhm.
starts with say for example, log file, right? So log is a word, file is a word. When you are having two different words, so the first letter of the second um, word will start with the capital, right? So this is how it is written, right? So say for example, I can type like this: IP config, right? So I'm just trying to write something with the configuration, IP configuration. So I can write something like this. So now you can see that this I can also write it like this IPC, but it will be like looking really very odd, right? I can also write like this, right? This is also good. So basically, there are three cases. One is camel case, then second Pascal case, and the third is uh, snake case. Okay. So in camel case, what happens is like the first letter is usually small.
Capital letter, right? No.
Correct. You can write something like this. Okay. Now in Pascal case, it will be like this. Okay. And in snake case, it will be like this. Okay. This is the difference.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, they use underscore. Uh, snake case is mostly used in Python, so where they use underscore, right?
Underscore small.
Capital case, this you can use it in PowerShell also. Like the first letter will be capital, but mostly they use like first letter as small letter, and then the next word will start with capital. Okay, you can use either, but make sure that you have some consistency on that. Okay, all right. So that is how you have to define a variable. Now, okay. Now assigning the value to a variable. So you can use any standard operator. Let's say for example, you wanted to save something, right? You can use equals to, and you can save anything on this. Like I can save like ipconfig slash all, right? So the output of that should be saved onto that. All right. So that is how it's saved. So to assign a value to a variable, we use equals to, and on the right side, you can provide the value what exactly you want, right? So say for example, if you want to provide a path name, right? So you can provide like this, dollar path equals to, since it's a string value, you can provide like c:temp test.csv. Okay, I'm just providing a value, right? So you can provide something like this, a path you can provide, right? Now, if suppose you wanted to get a list of all the users, right? So you can provide like get local user, right? Now, this value, once you run this, is going to give you some value, right? So now you want to store it to a variable, you can put like this, local users equals this. All right. Okay. So now if you go to local users, you can see. So this is how you have to put the names, right? So you can see that local, I'm putting it as lowercase, and then I put it as uppercase, and then again lowercase, right? So either camel case or Pascal case, both are fine. I prefer using, Microsoft suggests using camel case, and I also use the camel case most of the time. All right.
Okay.
Uh, for displaying that value, what it is being stored on that, you can just put that variable name. Say for example, local users. You can just provide that, and it will show the value to that. Okay. Now, if you want to see the properties of that, you can go to get member and see the properties of that. Okay. All right. So, say for example, I have a variable like local users, right? If I type local users, I can see the value of local users, right? Now, if I want to clear the value of that, so you can type equals to null. Okay. So once you type, it will automatically clear the contents of that particular variable. Now you check the variable, it will be null. Okay. So that's how you can clear the content of a variable. Okay.
So can we use two square brackets to make it null?
Yes. Sorry, you are telling like
Instead of null, two square bracket. Yeah, like that.
no, you can't do it.
No.
Null
Okay.
is null, so you have to use dollar null to clear that. Okay.
Sure.
See, if you go to get type, I don't think. See, it's not giving even the get types because that variable is not existing, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, get type is not working at all. Okay. But
Suppose
now,
if it is not null, can you get? You will get, right?
say for example, let's say I'm just using double quotes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now
Mm-hmm.
it has become a string. Now, if you type get
Get
type,
type.
you can see that it's a string. Okay.
Okay.
But if you check the value, it is not having anything here.
Yeah.
All right. So what you need to do is, if you want to completely clear, you have to use dollar. Okay. Okay. Variable types. So there are different variable types. One is your string that we have already seen, like how your string look like. Okay. You have to use double quotes, and you can put any alphanumeric characters, and it will become a string, right? Now the
Mm-hmm.
number is like when you provide it as a number, it will become a number. Now if you go to get type now,
Yeah.
you can see that it's int
It,
32,
it,
right?
mm-hmm.
So it
Mm-hmm.
stores the number without decimal. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now when you want to store with decimal, you can use something called double. Okay.
Yeah.
Now say for example, the same thing is, suppose I wanted to save it with decimal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in this case, you can see that it has now changed it as decimal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now again, if you want to save date time to this, definitely you can use that. Now you can see that it's a date time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now go to get type. Oops, sorry. It will also show as date time. Okay. Again, if you want to save it as a boolean value, you can store it as a boolean value also. So say for example, I'm trying to make it as a true. You can see that it's a boolean value now. Okay.
So for the boolean, why you gave again a variable name, dollar and dollar true.
So basically, when something is true, you use dollar
Okay.
true, and when something
Okay.
is false, you use dollar false. Okay.
Configure in the double quotes true or false.
No, that you can give, but PowerShell understand dollar true as true.
Dollar true as a true. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. So whenever you have to use this.
Mm-hmm.
You can
Okay.
definitely use this. Okay. But
True. Okay.
most of the time you will not get the expected output. I
Mm-hmm.
prefer using
Mm-hmm.
dollar false or
Suppose
dollar true.
suppose yeah. For the local user equal to, if you give the in the double quotes true, does it take as a string or does it
Mm.
take as a boolean?
Okay, so dot get type. Okay, now you can
Mm-hmm.
see that it's a boolean. Okay,
Okay. So
now it's most of the things it's like a boolean only. So if suppose I put like dollar local user, right? Same user
mm-hmm.
account use. Okay,
Equal to
equal
double
to
quotes
dollar
true.
two. Now
Mm-hmm.
what is going to happen
Uh,
is get type is going to be a
it's
string.
fine. Not a boolean. Yeah. Gotcha.
So that's the
And
reason why we used to take it as dollar true.
dollar
Okay, so whenever you have to use boolean value, either use dollar true
true.
or
Mm-hmm.
dollar. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So see, the best part with PowerShell is that you don't have to tell PowerShell that what exactly the variable it is storing, right? So automatically it will decide and define it. So say for example, if I'm typing it as a string, okay, it will automatically change it to string.
Sure.
Now
Yeah.
this time, next time I'm typing it a number, it will automatically change that to a number, right? So it will like automatically it will assign the type based on the value you are providing, right?
Yeah.
So that is something which you can use it with uh, the variables. Now again, you can use the properties and methods for a variable. Say for example, we have seen like get member. Okay, with that you can see what all the methods and properties available for that particular variable. Okay, uh, okay, this is something which we have to use, and you can also use um, the tab completion for that. So if you see dot tab, you can use the tab completion also for that. Okay, all right. So now we come to a very important topic, strings. Okay, working with strings. Okay,
Okay.
now this is important for you. Okay, you are into SQL, right?
Yes.
I'll tell you why it is important. So let's start with strings. Let's say dollar log name equals. Okay, let's take this for example. Okay, I'm just taking this, right? Now if I run this, okay, now you can see that it's showing me the content of that, right? Now every single string, whenever it's a string, it will have a property called length. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what is that length is like? It will give you the number of characters it's storing. Although it is storing it as a path, but to this, it's a string. So it's having a number of lines, including your slash, colon, everything, right? So now, if you want to run a for loop on that, you can use it, right? Because now you have a number for that. Okay. Now, say for example, if you want to type, now we have log name, right?
Yeah.
You can see like 10th position, what is it, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? It is going to be your L, but it is not true. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because if you take 11th position also,
You.
it should be supposed to be L, but it is showing U. Okay,
No, it
the
will
reason
start with you.
exactly that is what I was about to tell. It's always start with 0. Okay.
0.
All right. So that is about the length. Any questions on length?
Fine.
Okay. Now there's something like if it contains something, right? We should be able to know, right? So I can say that if this contains and put a string like CSV, okay, what it happens? It will give you either it's a true or false, right? If I type instead of CVS, will it work? It will give false, correct? So it will check in this particular string if it contains that specific value, right? So if you are providing, it should be true. Okay. Now here you are getting it as true or false, right? So based on that, you can provide a if condition. Okay. Now
That
if
equal to dollar
true,
true.
then something will happen. Else,
Okay.
something else will happen, right?
Okay. So can we also like that in the if condition? So you mentioned as if contains CSV double equal to dollar true. do we need to write? Like if the statement is true,
Actually, when you are
right?
writing the script, right,
Uh-huh.
uh, you have to use like this.
Equal to.
Okay,
Okay. Okay.
equals to
Double
dollar
true.
true.
Oh,
Okay, but when you are writing PowerShell, it is smart enough to understand that it
oh,
is equal
it has.
to this spelling, right?
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So logically, it is required, but you don't have to provide it.
Mhm, mhm.
Okay, it will understand that. Okay, this is what it is, but you have to give this bracket, that is mandatory. Okay,
Yeah.
this bracket is mandatory. After that, your curly bracket. I think we have not covered if, right? We'll once we are going with if loop,
Yeah.
that time we'll be covering that. Okay.
Sure. Mhm.
All right, but for now, you just understand like you are using that content to check whether that string contains that particular.
The value.
Okay. The next is insert. Insert will have the start index or
Mhm,
what place you want to insert it. Okay,
mhm,
and you know what string value you have to insert. Right now,
mhm.
let's say uh, message. Okay.
Okay.
Now you have something called message equals to, okay. Now you are having a variable something like this. Okay.
Mhm.
Now if you run this, you'll be getting something like this message, right? So 0, 1, 2,
Two.
3. Yep. Or otherwise you can say that 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can take 3 for now,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
Dot insert.
Insert.
Then you can provide like where
Three.
you want to
Three.
insert, okay,
Okay.
and what you wanted to insert, right? So I can provide my name here, all right,
Mhm.
and then when I run it, you can see that it's
Yeah.
copying there, right? But
Yeah.
okay, it should have this, okay, yeah, it will be something like this, okay. Now if I change this value from 4 to 8, now it is showing up here,
Mhm.
okay. So that position where you want to insert is important, okay.
Yeah.
Now similarly, if you want to remove something from this, right? Now let's take the same example here, message 1. Now you have something like this, okay.
Now we can replace zero with either T.
Correct. We can not replace, we can
Dot.
remove, okay. We
Okay.
can remove something like the position you can
We
provide
can we can take the
from
position
which
zero.
you wanted to start and the
Yeah.
number of commas. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
So say for example 0, 1,
Zero.
2, 3, right?
Mhm,
And how many characters? 7 characters, right? One,
mhm.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Now you can see that it's cleaned, right? This name
Yeah.
is cleaned. Okay. So this much data it has removed from that particular string. All right.
So after removing, we didn't ask for display the message information, right? But still it is showing.
See, I am removing here, right? So
Okay.
that will definitely store. Okay. But you have brought a very good point. Okay. Now, say for
Can you?
example, if I
Mhm,
run message one again,
mhm.
okay, it will show the older one only. You got
So
my
is
point, right?
it not technically deleting?
Yeah, it is technically not making any change to this particular variable. It is just
Okay.
showing like if you remove from this, what it is going to happen.
So
Okay.
if you want to
So
remove
how
that
we
one,
can store it permanently? Sorry, yeah,
okay.
you were
So
asking something.
if you want to remove permanently, then you have to add dollar message one equal to message dot remove 3.7. Does that work?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay.
That is what you have to do. So you have to provide like this. Then
Then
if you show that particular variable, or you can take it into a new variable also, that's up to you. Okay.
yeah,
Then it will permanently remove it.
yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
All right. Okay. So that is about remove, right? Now
Oh, what is
replace.
what? Oh,
Hmm?
no, I'm not saying.
Yeah, yeah. Please go ahead. You were asking something.
No, you can go.
Okay, fine. So the next important thing is that which you are going to use it is replace. Okay, I'll give you a simple example like this. Okay, I'm just giving something because why I'm using this letter is that, okay, I'm sure that this is not coming into my string. Okay, I'm just using this for now. Okay, so now what I'm going to do here, whenever I have to modify a string, right? So many people what they do the mistake is like this. Uh, let's say for example, let's say they want something like this. Uh, okay. Now say for example, this is an example. All right.
Mhm,
Now many a people what they do is that they will just try to put something like this. Okay.
mhm.
Because dollar.
Table name.
Let's do one thing. I'll just copy this so that it will be easy for you to see both the strings together, right? Now this I will comment it so that it will not execute. Okay. Many people what they do is that this they will provide it like
Dollar table name.
a table name, right? And
Mhm.
here they will use
Dollar.
$ILO, right? This work most of the time, but
Mhm,
it's not mandatory to work that way. Okay. Now you see that it although copied it, but most of the cases when you run it in the real time, it will
mhm.
not work. Now here you want to add a single quotes here. Okay. Now see this also this time it worked, right? But when you go to the real life scenario, this will not be the case. Okay.
Mhm.
So to solve that problem, the best way. Okay, I have this. I've seen that in the real environment, so that is why I'm telling you this
Okay,
works
sure.
here, but it's not
Mhm,
mandatory that it work when you are having a very long, 30 to 40 lines of SQL query. You are trying
mhm.
to do that. It will not accept this, right? So in that case, the best possible thing is to use replace. Okay. Now, what I will do, I'll just do replace what with what, right? I'll
Mhm.
say that okay, just do one thing. Replace my Batman with dollar
Table
table name and okay. I can
name.
again use replace again on that. Okay.
Mhm,
If I want then I can provide replace that with ILO. Okay, this is the best way of doing it. So in any circumstances, this is definitely going to work. Okay. Now if you see, you can see that value is coming up here, right? Okay, now you can assign this to a new value,
mhm. Written.
right?
I got it.
And,
Yeah,
and then you can provide like invoke SQL,
equals here.
yeah, CMD, and you can provide that, right?
Okay.
So this is something which we can use quite often, like replace. Okay,
Mhm,
so it will replace that particular line of. Okay, just remember when you're using replace, you know why I use Batman here. Okay. Now, say for example, I have something like man, and I have something like manual, right? Now, if I try to replace man with this one and manual with this one, okay. Now see what is going to happen. You can see here, right?
Yeah.
Replace man also, right? So that's the reason why I put something which is not there in the string at all, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the reason why Batman Superman,
Yeah.
right? So that never
Yeah.
come. Okay, so that is something technically you have to use something like that in your script. So make sure that it is not repeating. It's supposed to be repeating. It's not solving the purpose. Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
All right. So the other thing is like how you are going to split it up, right? So yeah, split also is quite common. Okay. So say for example, I have FQDN, okay, equals to server name dot domain dot com, right? Now, if I wanted to split it up, okay, I can use FQDN dot split with what character I wanted to split it with dot.
Good.
Where run it, you can see that it has split with that particular character, right? If I
Yeah.
use E instead, okay, it will split with E. But if you see that E is not there in the list, right? E will be gone. Okay. Now, let's say I will split it with this. Okay, now I want only the first name, that is server name. Okay, just need the server name. Okay, then what you have to do is that you have to again go for the zeroth path, right? Because that is the first. Always start with 0. Okay, if you run this, it will be showing you only the server name. Okay, the host name. Clear?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is how you can split it. Okay, now again, if you have some string, say for example, this is lowercase. You wanted to make it to
So in the top, you gave me zero. So can you
Mhm.
make it assigned to again new variable FQDN?
Yes,
And can you
yes.
get the type of the FQDN? Is it will come as an array?
1 second. First
FQDN
name
equal to
equals,
okay,
okay.
and post yeah post name dot get type.
So let's see what is going to store. So first name,
No.
okay. Now get type is going to be a string.
So if you
Okay,
if you if you take up that zero, then what will be the get type?
correct. Then it will become your array.
Okay, that's
Okay.
why it's a string array.
Yeah, right now it is string because you are just taking a string value, right?
Okay.
So it's
Mm-hmm.
supposed to take that array value out, it will become a string. Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is how you can, uh, make it as uppercase. Okay. Now similarly, if you want to make it into a lowercase, you can do like this. This. So you can put like per. Okay. Now lowercase you can do. Okay, like this. Okay. Now you can see that everything is lowercase now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So any questions on this topic, like working with strings?
No. No.
No, right? You are good.
Yeah.
All right. Now the next topic is working with dates. Okay. Now this is also a very important topic when you are working right with
Yeah.
your so most of the times you may wanted to create something like log or you wanted to have some variables with contains some date. Right?
Yeah.
So how you can do that? You can use a command like get date. Okay, that will display all the date related commands, right?
Mm.
Now I'll suggest you to go to help get date. Okay. Now once you also with full, okay. So when you go there, what you are going to find is like some of the examples they have here, like U format is there, format is there, right? So you can just copy this one out of this, okay? So this will give you the format of date time, right? So this is giving you a format. Now you can play around with this particular format, okay? So say for example, I wanted to use like this, okay? Now I just wanted to have dash instead of slash, right? If I run this, now you can see that I'm having a hyphen here instead of slash here. All right.
Yeah.
Now I don't want Z here. I can just remove that. Okay. Now I'll get something like this. Okay. I wanted to move the date here, here in this side, then put a dash here, right? I can make changes like that. Okay. Now if I wanted to make any change like this, okay, I can do that, right? Now I don't want call this time here, so I can just remove that. Okay. Now I just get the date here. All right. Now if I wanted to save something with that file name, $date equals this, right? You will get the date. All right. Any questions till now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now uh, we have some properties like hours, date, minute, date of the week, second, months, like that. Okay. So say for example you have $date now. Okay, it's a date time. Okay. Now you can go to like 1 second. Just taking it as a string. Okay. So I cannot show you that particular value here. Okay. Now it's showing it as a string because it's now as a string, right? So instead what I'm going to do right now is just I'll take get date here. Now if I take get date and get time, now it's a date time. All right. Now when I go to the properties, right, there's something called date time. So if I wanted to just get the date, I can get the date, right? Or got day of the week, right? So it will give you that day of the week, right? And if suppose I need only the hour, it will give you the hour, right? So like that you can use you can check the second, right? So every time that second will change if your value is changing, right? Because this you have assigned to a variable, right? At that particular time whatever is stored will be stored there. You are not going to have a live data, correct? For live data you can have like get date, right? And you can put it as a string, right? Now you can see that it's changing, right? But this is something which you have assigned on that particular time, so that will never change, right? You have already assigned to it, correct?
Yeah. Mhm.
Right. So that is how you can check the date, or if you wanted to see at what day of that time you have taken, all those things you can use, right? So say for example, time of the day. You want to see all those information related to time will be displayed here, like what was the day, days, and hours, minutes, seconds, microseconds, sorry, milliseconds, ticks, total days, all those information will get it up there. Okay. Now There are some method also which adds value to it. So say for example you have date here. Okay,
Mhm.
you can add days to it. Okay, I can add 10 days. So I wanted to see what it is going to be after 10 days. What is the
After 10
date?
days. One.
So that is April 4. All right.
Mhm.
So what if I wanted to go back to back 10 days? You can just put -10. It will go back to 10 days. Okay, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, you can use hours. Okay, you can hours like 10 hours from here now. So it will add 10 hours. If you want to -10 hours, it will go back to 10 hours, right?
Mhm.
So this is also really very helpful. Okay. Now I wanted to show you something real life example. Okay. Mm, Let me go to help. Okay. So there are two things which you can use. Either you can use U format or you can also use format. Okay. So this is also U format. Okay. You can also see somewhere it is having a format also, right? Let me see. Okay. Do one thing. I'll go with show window. Okay. Now slash format. See, I got an example for that here. Okay. You can use U format or format, either of that. Okay.
Okay.
Now in this example, I'm going to use the format, right? Okay. Now I'm going to first see what it is storing here. I don't want date time, so I'll just sorry, I don't want that uh, time zone.
Takes.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want underscore here. Okay. Right. Now, if you see, you'll be getting something like this. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I'm concatenating a string. Okay. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is that get event log. Okay. Log file name application newest 10. This just an example. So that should be it. So event logs. Oops. Logs equals this. Okay. Now event logs. Okay. I wanted to export as CSV path name log file name. Okay. What I need to do to clear the type information? No type information. All right. Now let's run it. Okay. Now notepad dollar log file name and see. Here you go. All right. You can see the content right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So that's how you can create the file name. Okay. Now let's go and see what is the file name there. Interesting, right? All right. Okay. Any questions before we move on to the next topic?
No.
Okay. One thing I just wanted to tell you, like tomorrow also I will be taking off. Okay.
Okay.
Tomorrow I have to go for my daughter's, some school related stuff. So I have to move
Yeah.
little early. I won't be able to attend tomorrow.
Mhm. Mhm.
All right. So the next thing is, you wanted to take it today, or you can have it on. We have 6 minutes time. If you want, we can proceed with this.
Yeah. We can proceed, or else I have few questions. Maybe.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
If you have any
Yeah.
questions, then let's go
Yeah.
with that.
So last time to install any like to import modules, you asked me to use the scope as a current user, right? So same like instead of the current user, there are some other scopes also is. So like what I mean to say is, what is a remote sign? That can you explain those stuff?
You are
Remote sign,
talking actually
restricted.
mix two things. Okay, but
Mhm.
I understood it, like what exactly you
Okay.
need. You wanted to see the execution policy, right?
Yeah, execution policy.
All right. So basically, you have four execution policies, right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
uh, one is your remote sign. The second one is all signed. Okay,
Okay.
and restricted. There is one more for restricted. Okay.
Unrestricted.
So if you go to get help, get execution policy, you can also see the information like what are the scopes you can use. Or otherwise, there is something called about. Also, there is a topic for that.
Yes.
You
Hmm.
go to about execution policies, right? If you go there, that will give you all the information related to that. This one, right? Help about execution policies. So here you can see what are the execution policies up there.
So in general, like when you write a script for your team, it's like what type of execution policy you use? Because like most of the time I'm using unrestricted or yeah
Yeah.
unrestricted on that.
Okay. So the best thing is that when you are using an execution policy, okay,
Hmm.
so
Hmm.
get execution policy as or let me do this way. Let me take a new window here. PowerShell, run it as administrator. Okay. Now I'm restricted. Okay. If I do this, it will ask to whether run it or not. Now the problem here is that it will not check for anything, and whatever the script you are going to run, it will execute each and every single script, no matter whether you are downloaded it from the internet
Hmm.
or you are, getting it from, somewhere through USB or whatsoever, right? It
Hmm.
will run everything. Okay.
Okay.
The
Hmm.
problem with is that if suppose there is some malicious code come to your system as a
Hmm.
virus, you
Hmm.
will execute it and PowerShell will not stop it whatsoever it is, right?
Okay.
It will
Hmm.
directly execute it. So there is no protection to it and it will be executing it when you are using with unrestricted. So this is
Okay.
something which you should never use. Okay.
Uh, so which one do you recommend? Is it a remote sign?
Yeah. I'll just come back to you. Okay.
Okay.
Now the second one is restricted. Okay.
Okay.
Now once you use the restricted, it will
Hmm.
not run any of the code, right? So by default, uh, whenever you are using any particular system, right, it
Hmm.
will be always, it will not run anything. Okay.
Okay.
So the best
Hmm.
thing which you can use it remote signed. Okay.
Okay.
So it will be running what you are running on this particular computer plus
Mhm.
whatever you have made it on anything in that particular domain, right? That will execute
Mhm.
everything, but it will not execute anything which you have downloaded from the internet. We have a topic on that, okay?
Okay, sure,
But
sure.
now time is up. Sorry about that. We'll meet
No,
up.
that's fine. We can discuss.
Yesterday we have seen like how we can download the modules, right? We can uh, use Power PowerShell gallery to download the particular scripts, right? The same way we can download the files directly from the internet also. Okay, so we have seen like PowerShell gallery, right? So basically, there is a website called if you go to PowerShell gallery, from there you can see that there are options to download your anything from the internet. Like let's say if you want something from the Azure, you can go to Azure and download the modules from there, use from there, right? So this we have seen yesterday, but that you can also do it with the code, right? So for doing that, there are commands called find module and um, find script. So if you type find modules and find script, you will be able to search the internet. So if you can try this command, you can type something like find module. So once you type the find module, it will go to the internet and it will search the particular command for you. Okay. So before you install that, before you get that particular command, okay, say for example, I need something from Azure. You can type something like find module Azure asterisk. So it will find the module related to Azure, right? And before you find that, it will ask you to install NuGet, right? So it's required. It uses the NuGet provider, so you need to install that first, right? So it will ask you to shall we install it? So you have to press that yes button. Okay. Once you install the NuGet, then it will tell you one more command like whether this is a trusted repository or not. Okay. If you are using the Office laptop, maybe like a 20% chance that it may not be able to connect to the repository, right? If it is blocked, right?
I just
So
search for the find module DBA tools, and it is searching for the repository, and it is existing the PS gallery. So
okay, you are able to get it, right?
yeah, yeah. But who will maintain this PS gallery, PowerShell gallery?
This is
Is
by
it
Microsoft only.
Microsoft? Okay, because this DBA tools is not owned by the not a Microsoft repository. It is some a group of people they are
Correct.
maintaining.
So it is like GitHub, right? So you
Okay,
can upload your own, and some of
okay,
them are uploaded by the community.
okay,
Right? So you can see that who has uploaded it, right? So
okay.
that way, if you want, you can also create your own module and you can upload it here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Krishna, you are able to do it?
No, actually, I haven't tried this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, this command downloads exact same copy what you are getting it here. Let's say you are typing like Azure here. It is exactly same report result what you are getting here. You'll be getting a particular command. Okay. Now, say for example, you liked any of the uh, you know modules. Say for example, there are two options. One is your module and one is your script, right? So similarly, you have two options. One is find module and other one is find script. Okay. When you go to the find module, let's say you wanted to create something for report HTML, right?
Mhm.
Report HTML. All right. So you can see that this particular module is there, right? There are different other modules also which you can use, but maybe you are interested on installing this particular module, right? So if that is the case, you can use install particular. If you go here in this particular area also, you can get the same command, install hyphen module, and then you can provide the name which exactly you wanted to install. So you can just copy and paste from here, or you can directly check from that particular list and type the name and you can install it. Okay. All right. So running the script. So to enhance the security of the PS1 file extension, it always opens up in the notepad, right? That we have seen yesterday also. And if you wanted to run it from the file explorer, we have to right click on that particular file and run with PowerShell. That option we have to choose, right? Now for running the script, there are actually three options. Okay, the first option is you can provide the entire path. Okay, so say for example C colon slash script slash my script dot ps1. If you are passing that particular path, if you go to start run and provide this particular path, okay, that will not work. Okay, you have to go to the PowerShell console and type the colon slash script slash my script dot ps1. Then if you run it, it will be able to work, right? Okay. From run, if you are trying to run it, what happens is like it will open up in the notepad. Okay. So you have to type that in the Windows PowerShell prompt only. Okay. Right. The second way how you can open is using the relative path. Okay. So say for example, now you are into C colon temp. Okay. Now inside C colon temp, you have a folder called script. Inside that script, you have something called myscript.ps1. So you can use slash script slash myscript.ps1. Then also it will open. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
And the third option is if you wanted to refer to the current uh, current directory, right? So say for example, let's say, so say for example, you are having some files here, right? Like this is the file, right? So you can type dollar test dot ps1. So if you press enter, then it will execute, right? So this is the way you have, right? Or otherwise, if suppose you wanted to use the path, so you can use something like temp test. You suppose you have something called temp inside this particular folder, right? You can use that. All right. Now comes to the execution policy. So basically, there are major four execution policy. One is for bypassing that. Okay. Let me clearly tell you like what is the differences between these execution policies. So by default, you can use something get hyphen execution policy. Right? If you run this, you will be able to see what is currently running on your system. Now, once you have it as restricted, you will not be able to run any command on that particular computer, right? So it will be giving you an error message stating that the execution policy does not allow you to do that. Okay. So what do you have in your system?
Get hyphen, just write exec and
Oh,
tab.
hyphen ex.
Yeah, just press tab.
Restricted is what I get. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Perfect. So Krishna is getting restricted and Yogi, you are getting it as remote site. Okay. So when you have restricted, you will not be able to run any of your script. Okay. So that is the situation which Krishna is into. So if she is trying to run anything, she will not be able to execute it.
Oh.
Okay. So by default, if suppose it's a client operating system, it will be there the restricted mode. Or otherwise, if suppose your system is managed by an organization, they can set it up on a group policy to make it as restricted, right? Remember last time during the COVID time, there was a lot of attacks happening all over the world, right? All
Yeah.
over the world, everywhere was they were using PowerShell for hacking purposes,
Yeah.
right? So you can see that many places companies have blocked the access to PowerShell itself, right?
Yeah.
So so they can actually stop you from running it, so they can set it as restricted. Okay. But if it's your own system also, by default it will come as a restricted only, right? So what restricted does is that it will not allow you to run any script. Now there is something called all signed. Now what does that means? If a file is digitally signed, then you can use in your system that particular file you can execute it, right? But if suppose you got a file which is digitally signed and you made any modification, then that file is no more usable. You cannot run it again. Okay. So until and unless that particular file is signed, you will not be able to use it with all signed. Okay.
So, particular file is signed means what?
Sign means we used to have a digital signature attached to that particular file. So, say for example, you have Hello World, then a small signature block will be attached to that. Okay,
Okay.
so that is being done. Say for example, you have a VeriSign signatures, right, or any other code signing certificates you have. With that, you can digitally sign it.
Okay. Can we sign that one? Anyone can do, or do we need to install anything for those signed?
You don't need to install anything, but it is kind of little trickier. Okay,
Okay.
so what we do is that basically we have to create a code signing certificate. We can use our own code signing certificate, and then we can attach that, and then we can say that with this particular code signing certificate, you have sign digitally sign this a particular PS1 file. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll come back to that. Okay, I'll see. This is a command. Okay, if you can look here. So first you have to have a code signing certificate. You can attach it to your current user personal folder, and then or otherwise you can add it to the trusted root host, and then you can provide that particular path as cert,
Mm.
and here you are using certificate as such. So this command will digitally sign that particular command, right, that particular file.
So,
Okay.
in your organization, do you use these digital signatures to make your environment safer?
No, I didn't get your questions. I'm
Uh,
really
in
sorry.
in in your environment, production environment, do you use
Mhm.
this type of remote signatures, digital signatures?
See, I haven't seen anywhere since I
Using this
worked in the
signature?
banking sector also, where
Okay.
it is more secure. I haven't seen they are using digitally signed signature.
Okay.
Okay, it's really very low, right?
Okay.
Most of the company they only use remote sign.
Okay.
Okay, in a practical scenario, I'm telling you.
Sure.
But if you take in certain area where if you take go to NASA or some places, they might be using like the most secure way, right? Or maybe some government companies, if you are going, they will be
Mhm.
using all kind one day, right? So they might have some certificates from VeriSign or something, and they might be signing it with that. Okay,
Okay.
but it's really very low. If you download it from the internet, also that is like very low, right?
Okay.
So, but what happens when you digitally sign it? So, if suppose you are signing it on that particular uh, particular file, right?
Mhm.
Then whatever the things you have done, you are only responsible for it, right? Nobody else can update it, right? So that's how you can say that that person has made, so it should be safe, right? So the other one is remote sign. So what exactly happens in the remote sign? If a person has created any file in his local system, okay, you can execute it without having any problem. Okay. Now, if suppose you have downloaded something from the internet, it will not allow you to execute. It will give an error like that execution policy error. It will show. It will not allow you to execute it. Okay. So what you can do is that there is something called unblock file. So that will remove the downloaded status of that particular file. Okay. So you can first you download something from the internet, check it up what exactly that script is doing. Is there anything which can act as a malware or something, or it is doing something which it should not have done. Then once you check it in a lower environment, then you do it like unblock file, then provide the file name. Once you unlock the file, then you will be able to execute it in the lower environment, right? Now, if you see that it is working fine in the lower environment, you can copy that file and move it to the prod environment, right? So that is how you should create your files, right? Okay. So to enable this execution policy, as I said, like you can also set it up using the group policy settings. So if you go to the group policy, your administrator will be able to set it up like what execution policy you need. The group execution policy. So you have to use set execution policy, and then you can provide like remote sign, or suppose you have all signed, you can provide like and then it will ask you a question whether yes or no you want to continue, right? Just press yes over there. Okay. So Krishna, you can you try to change it up to remote signed? Type like this: set execution policy remote signed.
Okay, let me try that. So yeah, it is asking execution policy change. Yes, yes to all, no, no to all, and yes to all. It's just A8, right? That's what.
Right. Now you can use get execution policy. You can see that it has been updated now.
Yes, correct. Yeah, execution policy remote site. Yeah, no. So
Okay.
because
So for digitally signing,
sorry, I have this question. So if we wanted to put them back into restricted, uh, I mean, like, do we need to the same like set execution? Like, let's say we wanted to execute that particular script, and then put them back the execution policy to restricted. We can able to do that, right?
yes. You, at any point of time, you will be able to do it. Okay. But to be honest, there is no harm if you are leaving it as remote sign. Okay. So the benefit of remote sign is that you can execute the file which you have created locally, plus you have created something which is on the remote system within your domain, right? Which you trust. On that particular computer, you suppose you have created any other file, then you can execute it. Okay, so this is like kind of the most safest one which we can use. All right, I missed unrestricted. So what is unrestricted is that there won't be any restrictions at all. Okay, you can run any file which you have created locally. You can run any file which you have created in another system within your same domain. Okay, you can also run anything which you have downloaded just now from the internet. You don't have to use the unblocked file. That also you can execute it, right? Which we used to say as a no-no zone. You should never use the unrestricted one.
Okay.
Clear, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There is one more that is called bypass. So I seen like most of the developers they use the bypass option to bypass the execution policy because this they might be executing it from the code directly, right? So there is no need for this particular restriction to come, and that is like a one single time only it has to be bypassed, right? So say for example, if I don't want to make any changes to the execution
Current
policy which
execution
I
policy. Okay.
have.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted just to run one particular file, and that does not need any kind of test
Mm-hmm.
whether it's a download from the internet or whatsoever reason. I just wanted to execute it, right? So you can use something called uh, say for example PowerShell.exe is the file, right? When you are
Mm-hmm.
executing that, you will be providing the path, and then you can provide the execution policy as bypass, right? Okay. So yeah, I'll just show you here 1 meter. PowerShell.exe. Yeah. Once you go to PowerShell.exe, right? See here you have an option here for execution policy. Okay.
Okay. Got you.
Okay, so PowerShell.exe you can try. Then you can go to that particular file name which you wanted to execute, and then see here hyphen file, your file path is there. Then the execution policy you put it as bypass. Okay, so it will not wait for it will not take your execution policy there. All right, so this is about the how you can use the execution policy. Krishna, you have any question there?
No, no, no. I'm clear on this one. Yeah.
All right, so this part I'll cover it up on Monday. Okay, just remind me about this particular path. I'll try to get one certificate also and show you the demo. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Let's start with understanding the for loop. Okay. This is the most commonly used loop. Okay. So what happens is in this particular loop, you are using the for each, and the first one, this particular variable is something which you are going to use it inside your script block. Okay. Basically, if you go to any okay, so I'll come back to that. So here on your right hand side, that is going to be your collection of objects, right? So say for example, you are taking any content from, say for example, you are taking any content from get ad user hyphen filter hashtag, right? So you suppose you have something here and you are taking it as dollar user equals, okay, and for each dollar user in dollar users, right? And then you have to have the script block. In this script block is actually you are trying to run something for a single item from the entire collection. So say for example, now you are having 100 users from this, okay? Now for each object you wanted to go and add the city as London, right? If you want to make that change there, right? Uh, so what we can do here is set hyphen ad user. Then you can provide like city uh, Bangalore. You suppose you are providing something like that, right? So in the Active Directory, it will automatically go and make that changes to this. Okay. Now here you have to provide which user you wanted to make that change, right? So that user you have to use it from here. So this is a variable which is temporarily created for storing that single item, right? So if you are having like 10 users, will be getting the first user, and that first user will be executed first. Then it will go to the next user. Then that user will be executed. Then likewise, it will go to the next till the end of the list. Okay. So let me come back to the PPT again. So the command between the braces are processed once for each object in the array, right? So whatever you are taking a get ed user, that is also going to be an array. And if suppose you are typing something like double quotes Bangalore, comma double quotes Delhi, comma double quotes Chennai. So these all will be as an array. So if you want to go into that particular way, so all those things. So say for example, get content you are typing. So it will be taking the files from C column or your any specific path. Okay. If you are using get -ed user, that is also giving the output as an array, right? Or if suppose you are using something like this, okay, user one, comma user two, comma user three. Okay, this all are arrays, right? So this output of all these are going to be an array. So say for example, you are using C colon temp slash test dot txt. Okay. Now this you can assign to a variable. Say for example, I am using dollar computers equals to this. Likewise, I am using dollar users equals to this. And here also I'm making something like local users equals this, right? So in all these scenarios, we are going to get an input as a, so say for example here in this particular, whatever commands you are writing in that particular basis will be running. One, it will go to user one, then it will go to user two, and then it will go to the user three. But you have to define like what that particular name is. So say for example, set you are doing set user, or let's take an example like restart service, right? You need to provide the name of that particular service, like it's going to be bits or whatsoever, right? Say for example, here you have bits, okay? Now you have WinRM, and you have one more service called XYZ, right? Now, if suppose you wanted to restart this specific service, you have to provide that value here, right? Then only it will go and restart that particular. So that one item where you are defining will be there in this particular variable name. See, this variable name will have that information. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now here you don't need to know how many items are there in the array, right? It can be one, it can be two, it can be several hundreds, right? If you go to AD users, it may be more than 5,000, right? 5,000 is the limit, then you have to increase the limit. So if you are having like 5,000 users, all the 5,000 users information will be there in that particular users folder. So you don't have to check that what is the exact number of users, right? You can automatically execute it. Okay. Automatically decide like how many numbers are there, and it will go to each member of that particular collection. Now, the user contains each array item during the loop, right? So when you are running the loop, it will contain that particular user information from that particular list, and with that you can run it. Okay. Now the intent is to make it easier to read. Okay. Yeah, sorry, use the intent read. What basically it means is like whenever you are writing any code, right? So make sure that you are providing the proper indentation. So say for example, I have something called dollar users, sorry, user in dollar users, right? Now, if I have another for each, okay, I can have something like this for computer in dollar computers. Okay. Now I can go and do something like this. Restart computer. See, this is not an actual example. I'm just giving a scenario like how exactly you can.
Computer.
So here you can provide the computer. So what it is happening? So first it will take the list of users. From there it will go and check which particular user it is. Okay.
Mhm.
Then it will go to the list of computers, and for that particular list of computer it will go. And if suppose you wanted to provide like something called user is there, option is there,
Mhm.
you can
Mhm.
provide like a user also, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the intent of that is not to show it as a command. The intent for this particular example is you have to provide a proper indentation for this particular script, right? So otherwise, what happens if you miss this particular uh, bracket, right? That will fail. It will tell you like it is not able to find that particular bracket. It's not being closed properly. Okay. Now, if you have something like this, okay, now is it easier for you to say that where exactly that bracket is closing? It's difficult for you to tell, correct?
Yeah.
It's not properly indented, correct?
Here it is so good in the code, what you call Visual Studio Code. But
Mhm.
in the PowerShell window, you don't see these type of suggestions, right? For the indentations.
Yeah, for that you will not get that is the
Yeah.
main problem. That it is difficult to get it. But you will find something called there's a plus sign here. If you notice there is one plus sign here.
Okay. I know I don't see, but I will see
Yeah,
my code.
I
yeah.
don't see.
Just do one thing. You write your this one something like this, okay? And then you can see there is the small arrow here on the left hand side. Okay.
Okay.
So if you press that, it will collapse, right? With that also you can validate whether it's closed properly or not.
Can you click on that?
I think I don't have that option here. Okay. One small minus sign, can you see it in your system? Or can you share your screen?
So if I see just a drop down boxes, uh,
Correct.
I don't see a plus sign.
Can you open it in the, this one, partial ISC?
Or shall I see the same one?
You can take it as a new file.
Okay.
Okay. Paste it up there. So now you can see that there will be a small, sign on the left side. See, one minus sign is right.
Uh-huh.
If you click
Uh-huh.
the minus sign, it will collapse, right?
Oh yeah.
So
So
that way, that
which part is indented, we can go. Okay.
yeah, we
Got
can
it.
look into it, which part it is getting, which is not closing, right? So you can
Yeah.
close that.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
In that way, you can find it. Okay. Let me share my screen back.
Sure.
So now what happens here is that the proper indentation is very important in this case. So there are two ways you can do that. Okay. Many people use like this. Okay. And they will take the entire stuff from here and press a tab here. Similarly, you can have something like this. So
Mhm.
this is the way most of the people used to do it in the C programming language, right? And
Yeah.
they are happy to that. So they used to do something like this. So in this scenario, what is happening is like you can see from where it is starting and where it is ending, right? So you
Mhm.
can relate that. So there's little chances that you will have any issues. Okay. But when you are writing PowerShell, you can say that it is killing your spaces, right?
Yeah.
Unnecessary, your script is getting larger, right?
Mhm.
So what you can do, what I also use mainly is that I will suggest, using it with this one. Wherever you are defining that particular for each, right?
Mhm.
With
Mhm.
that, you start it and you can, end it from there, right? Let's like this. Okay.
Okay.
So you can use exactly from here. So you can see that for each is starting from here and it is ending here, right?
Yeah.
Again, for each is starting from here. You can set it up here. You can say that, okay, it's ending here. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So many
So
people what they
when
do,
when
yeah.
when you download a script from online, and if they are not following a proper indentation, when you
Mhm.
copy here in the code, can you set can you what you call reset this indentation easily?
See, okay, you are using VS Code, right?
Uh-huh.
So once you have this PowerShell module installed, you have to go to this place, okay,
Okay.
and
Extension.
install something for this, right? You have to
Uh-huh.
install that particular extension,
Mhm.
okay. Once you install the extension, you can right click here and you can see something called format document. In my case, it's not there. In your case,
Let me,
it's
okay,
there.
let me check. Uh, I can see, yeah, format document is there.
So once you format document, it will automatically try to put it up in this
Oh,
particular format. So whenever I see any code of any of the other developers, right, the first thing I used to do is that I will go to the code and put a proper
the format.
indentation.
Okay. Yeah.
Otherwise, it is really very hard to, uh, interpret that particular code, right?
Yeah.
You will not be able to know like where it is. See, here it is small, like maximum 20 lines of code. But
Yes.
imagine if suppose you are having around 300 to 500 lines of code, then it is really very hard to find like what is happening where. And I have seen like this type of big codes. It's really very hard to find like what is happening where, right?
Yeah.
So provide some. Okay, one more thing. When you are writing any code, right, maintain a standard of that. Like, say for example, if suppose you are writing anything, if you are using for each, make sure that you leave a space before that. Okay, so that you will know that okay, the for loop is coming. So whenever you are reading your code back, for your eyes, it is really very easy, and you can easily find what is happening there, right? All the parameters, whatever you have to define, you can define it in one place, right? So like that, if you keep some spaces and indentation properly, then you can easily look into the code or debug the code, right? Okay. They don't tell about the spacing. Nobody, Microsoft never tell about the spacing. But Python, if you see Pylint and all, they are very peculiar about the space, right? So once they do it, you need to provide two spaces, right? They have something in Python, right? But
Mhm.
PowerShell does not tell you that. But if you follow it, it is really very easy for you to go through the code, right? You can write it in single line itself. There's no uh, hard and fast rules. You can write it like this, right? There won't be any problem. Okay. But see, if you have to go through this particular code, it is really very, getting difficult, right? Now, if you have provided just a single space here, now you can see that it is, somewhat easier to learn, correct? Now, the other important thing what you have to look into while you are using the for each is that the variable name should have some meaningful. Say for example, I can use like dollar users. I can use like my name out here, right? It doesn't make any difference. Okay, if I make it like let's say this will also work. There won't be any problem because you are. It's not having any mandate that you have to use plural here and singular here, right? There's no mandate. You can add any particular variable. The only thing is that whatever you are using here, that will be the collection of all the objects, right? So here you are getting like all the computer list, so that will be copied here, right? And from
Yes.
that a single object you are taking, so it is like plural. You are having lot of computers here, and from that you are getting only a single one. So that's the reason, to understand it better, we use plural name here and the same variable name as a singular we are using here. Things we are using. Like let's say if you look into my code, you can understand that it is taking the list of computers, right?
Mhm.
Correct. But if you look
Yes.
into this, you will not be able to identify what exactly it is doing. Correct.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why I try to have it as a meaningful word. All right. So think I think it's better. I'll give you the demo on Monday. I'll show you the demo how exactly we can write the code with some good examples. I'll show you. Okay. So the next important thing is knowing the scopes, right? So basically, what happens is like there are multiple scopes. Like global scope is there, script
Mhm.
scope is there, and the function scope is there, right? So what happens like if suppose you are assigning any variable in either of these scopes, right? So that may store different values. Okay, so that's the reason why they not to uh, by uh, by saying they means Microsoft say do not use any of the same variable for each of those, right? So say for example you are using X on global scope, the quick scope and function scope, that may have different values, so the output may be different, right? So never use the same variable for multiple scopes, right? If suppose you wanted to change the variable for different scope, you can still do it using by providing that particular scope. Say for example, you have a scope variable called var, and you wanted to modify it in the script scope. You can provide $script colon and var, and you can provide that function name modified by function or something like that. And once you complete everything inside that particular script, you can use the return to return back that particular. Let's say we have function like get log data. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
now here I have a value for $x equals to 10, or let's take anything, right? Now here I know the value of x is 10, right? So I can use return $x, right? Now this will return the value of x. Okay. Now let's see what's happening here. So if I run it, you can see the value of x is 10, right? That is what it is returning. Now if I make $x equals to 20 here, okay.
Mhm.
So now let's see what is going to happen. Okay. So here when you are running, it's on a different scope, right? So
Mhm.
now let's say, okay,
$x equal to get log data.
yeah, that we can provide. But the other thing is that, see here, the scope is $x equals to 20, right?
Mhm.
Now, if I provide,
Even if you provide there also, then if you run the get log data, you will get value 10 only.
yeah. So if you notice here, now it is changed to 20, correct?
Hmm. Yeah.
Right now, let me change this to get hyphen log data.
So if you put there, you're not calling the function. It's a function got defined. So $x will not have any information.
So now the $x is in the global scope, right? So when you're calling for the
Okay.
global scope, it will take that value. Okay.
Okay.
if you
Global
say,
scope means, is it when you write in the first line, is it the global scope?
yeah, this is all going to be the script scope.
Okay.
So I have a question. So if x is, or like if a value is defined outside the function, then it's called global scope.
Now it is in the script, right? So it is going to be the script scope. Okay. Now if I'm defining it
No,
here, x equals
it's
to
not in
10.
the script, right? Script you have already commented.
That is the function.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This is the function.
Okay.
Okay. And if suppose something is there in this particular one, say for example, if you are running something here, let's say PowerShell, I take a new window. Now, if I take something here, $x equals to 10, if suppose I'm doing something like that first, right? So that is coming as a global scope, right?
Okay.
Now in this particular script, you are having something, so that is coming inside the script block. Now, if you are having something inside the function, that is coming inside the function block.
Mhm.
Okay, but you
Can you
will
run the
not.
same script again now?
Okay, now I wrote it here outside, right? Now this particular window is having the values within that particular window only, right? It will not come to this
Mhm.
window, right?
Mhm.
That we have seen already, right? If you define something in
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
particular one, it will not
That
come
is
here,
only for that session. Mhm.
right? So if I take something like this here, $30, okay, and I'll comment this also and try to run it. Now you can see that the value of x is coming as 30.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
your
So
script
this is
scope.
the global scope, right, of the script.
Yes.
Okay.
So global scope, script scope, and then it
Mhm.
comes to your function scope. Now
Okay.
you can change the value of each, right? Say for example, if suppose $x equals to 20, okay,
Mhm.
and here now you are trying to say like now you can provide it as a script scope and then provide x. Okay. Now here you don't have to put dollar. You just have to provide that scope where you wanted to make those changes, right? Now if you
So
run this,
what is that main script? Script colon x.
so script colon x is basically changing the value of the script block, right? And you can say it as
Oh,
global
global. Okay.
kind of. Yeah. It is coming correct only, right? Yeah, correct only. See, the value of x we have defined it as 20, right?
Mhm.
And we should have
That is a
changed.
script value $x first 20. Then we made as a global x
Global as
10.
30. Global as 30. We made it.
No, what I am going to do here, one second.
Mm.
What I'm trying to do here is that I'm going to change the, uh,
Script
you know,
variable
the
value.
script value as of x as 10, right?
Mhm.
So it should have changed as 10 here. Okay. Now it should have changed as 10. Not sure what happened. One second.
Did you run?
One second. 1 minute. Just give me a moment. That's perfectly correct.
Why? The script means it has to show as a 10 and 10.
Sorry, script you have to show us.
When you run this one, it has to show output as a we need to get 10 and 10, right?
Correct, 10 and 10, because here we are changing the value of script. Okay, even
Yeah.
we are trying to change it as a global one, it is not taking, right? It's going
Script,
to be
when you change the script, can you run it again? Okay. GLO, it's a spell typo mistake. GLOBALO.
Uh, yeah.
still same. One second, give me a moment.
Global is giving right. It is giving right.
No, global was 30 before. I remember.
Okay. Okay. Got you.
One minute, let's run it once again from this window. Usually it should not be like this. One minute, let me change it here and dollar x equals to okay. You know what exactly happened? I'm sorry, I understood it. You know what exactly happened? It should be like this. Now it's changing, right? You understood what happened?
So get when you do the
So
command, please give
first
30.
get log
First
data.
30. Yeah.
So this 20 was changed to 30 on the X, that I can see it. And
Mm-hmm.
on the get log data, you have mentioned your return X value should be 30. So that's why we are getting get log data as 30. And the X, which was previously defined in the script as 20, is changed to 30. Right?
Correct. But you know why it was not coming earlier?
It's because your get log data was defined later on.
Exactly. So once we defined later, so what was happening is that we were getting the value of x prior to that, okay, and after that we were changing the value of x, right? So because of that, it was not coming up.
So usually the function value should be defined first, and then like it will get the value.
Not like that. So
Uh,
basic. Okay, one minute. Let me show you the difference. Okay. So here I am calling x. Okay. Now the
yeah,
value of x is what 20. Okay.
correct.
Right. Here the value of x is 20 because we have not called this function. Right.
Yes, got it. Okay, yeah, yeah.
So
Get
when
log
we
data is where like the value of the text is being defined using that logic. Yeah, got
when we call this function, the value is being changed. Till that time, the value of x is x 21.
it. Okay. So
So
when you do a get log data, the function is being called up, and then whenever X is being called, then you will get only the get log data information because that's where the X is being changed. Okay.
exactly, that is where the x is being changed, right? Clear for both of you, right, Yogi?
Oh, yeah.
So this
Okay.
one is the
I got
script X, right? So if you put a global
Uh,
X,
can,
it.
uh,
You want to change
can you
global,
share
right?
the global X one? Yeah. What is the
You
actual one? Global value.
as
Global X initially.
global
right.
X
You will change the value of x also there also. Okay. Okay. Now this is really very helpful. Say for example, it is similar to what we were using uh, in Flask and other uh, like Python, Flask, and other programming languages. So what happened is like we need to sometime keep updating one variable which is there in the global scope and keep updating that, so that at the uh, end of completing everything we can show that value, right? So in this function, maybe you might be changing something. Say for example, you wanted to add a counter to it. Okay, so now let's say I'm adding a counter like plus equals to 1. Okay, I'm just adding a small counter, right? Now I wanted to see how many times it ran. So initial value is suppose 0, right? Now I wanted to see how many times it ran. So for, we take that snippets, right? Now I'm trying to call this function. Okay, and let's make it a small number. Let's make it 9. Now after that, I'll take the value of x here, and here also let's take the value of x. Okay. Or let's run only this first. So now you can see the value of x is being shown here. Right? So how many times it ran, it has shown there, right?
So in the script, we
Yeah.
just mention as a global, but not that is not a x is a script variable, right? Not a global variable.
But global is coming as, although we are changing it for the global or script variable, that global is
Mhm.
already there. You'll update that. The value of x remains the same, correct? Everywhere the value of x is given.
In the previous screen, we mentioned as a global variable, I think 30. So it has to go from 30, 31, 32, right? No?
No, it has updated, right? So once you are using x, the value of x is changing, right?
Okay.
So say for example, $x equals to 10 I'm providing. So now the value of x, if I see, it is changed, right?
Okay.
One more thing, you will not find much difference between script and global scope. The main difference which you are going to find is between function and the other one, right?
Okay.
Okay, so basically when you make those changes in function, so that values will remain different. So if suppose I have the value of x here and defining x equals to 10, okay, so now if suppose I wanted to return x equals to, if you are changing that value of x, right, so
Mhm.
that scope is completely
Then that
different.
is a script.
See, that is the function block. It is not changing, right? That is only showing the value of x. Okay. So just to make sure that this whatever you are having in this particular block remain inside this block. That is the only thing you have to remember, right? Whatever you are writing in that particular function, make sure that you have to use the different variables. That's it.
So
Okay.
in this case, if you comment the first line and
Mm-hmm.
uncomment the fourth line, no, comment the
But
first line, first one.
mm-hmm.
Okay. So the uncomment the fourth line. So this third line is script variable, right? And if you make this one, what will happen?
Now what will happen is that it will try to increase the value of x here, and
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 you will get.
And if you uncomment the third one, third line,
The third one, what is happening is that the value of x is going
10,
to be
11,
10.
12, 14,
Yeah, like that it
10
should.
it will start.
10 is going to be stagnant. Why? Because you are trying to uh, change that. Okay,
Yeah, yeah, because our for condition is less than 9, right? Is that so?
correct. So it is just keep on increasing.
No,
Yeah.
that is different, not for the x, right? That is for the I. For is I, and this is x.
This one you are getting is this x. Okay, the value of x is coming as 16. Okay, I'm trying to understand from where 16 is coming up. Okay,
Yeah,
1 second.
the global. What's the global?
So the global value of X was 1 second. The global value of X was 8, right? 8 plus 9.
Oh, in the previous 8 plus 8, 16. This is less
Correct.
than, right?
It's
So 8
yeah,
plus 8,
it's 8,
16 it is
right?
coming.
Yeah, that is why
Yeah,
16 is. So that
16
is
is
what.
coming and 16 times. Yeah. So even if your variable name is same, and even though if you mention, then if you mention global, that is not will take as a local variable.
It
Local
will not
variable
be
is different, and yeah, script variable is different.
correct. The script variable is different, right? So that is what
Yeah.
I was trying to explain. Like all the variables are completely different. Okay, is it clear, or we need to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
some
that
more?
is clear. That no, that is clear.
No, yeah.
Okay. Krishna, you are also good, right?
Yes, yeah. So mainly it's like, so over here, okay, one question, sorry to, yeah, if you can go back on. So when
Yeah.
x is equal to 10, when you're trying to do, that's where it's giving you all the 10 value, right? Because first it is calling off the function, and then
Mm.
that's where inside the function, it's trying to get the global script to be changed to plus incrementally 1, right? So the global variable, yeah, was 8, and then the global variable is getting added up for the for loop, and that's where it's throwing up the last result for the x, right?
Correct. So
And
but
yeah,
what
and I have one more
like
question.
but why do we have
yeah.
10 10 10 how this many times like been displayed on?
Okay.
Because in the
So
for loop
So
we are
for
calling get log data. So
okay,
whenever you are calling the when you are it's calling 8 times get log data. So 8 times it is returning the $x value. $x
yeah,
is 10.
10 10, yeah.
So in the return, if you mention instead of $x, can we mention as a dollar global x in
okay.
the function? Yeah.
So it will return global.
Yeah. Now it is coming
Then
17,
it is
18 after 16. Yeah.
okay, 17 18 19, yeah, okay,
Okay. So that is what is happening here. Okay.
okay, okay.
All right. So now let's go. We are okay to go to the next topic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, yeah,
Okay. Till now we were importing modules, right? Like we used to import modules for Active Directory, we used to import modules for each and single things, right? So now, what if you want to create your own module? Okay. So what we can do here is like we can save the file as PSM1. Okay. Till now we were saving as PS1.
Yeah. Dot
Now,
PSM. Yeah.
now we'll create the file as PSM1 extension, right? Now, where to save this file? Okay. So if suppose you wanted to save your file, you can save it in your documents, and you can create a folder called Windows PowerShell if in case it's not there. Inside that will be a folder called modules. Inside that you can create first a folder name with the same name, and then file name with the same file name. Okay, this is something which you have to remember. The file name and the folder name should be same. Okay, so say for example you are trying to create something like test, then the folder name should be test, and then the file name should be test.psm1. Okay, so let's create one module. Okay, now let's say it will give you the application logs for first 10, and if I run this particular function, it will give you the service, right? For bits, service information for bits. Okay, now let me save this particular file inside my documents folder, and I'll create a folder called my uh, my script. Okay, let me create it as my script, or Now the file name should also be my script. Okay, and then it has to be psm1. So you have to type dot psm1. Okay, and save it. Okay, now what happens? You can see that it's having my script inside that my script dot
Just
file. Right, now let me go to a different console window. Okay, now I can type import module my script. Okay, I can type that if I want to import it. That's but you know that after version 3 it's automatically coming, right? I'll say that get command module my script. Okay, I can find like there are two commands available. Okay, so you see one is capital, one is small letter, right? So make sure that you are writing your things very clearly, right? So that it will also look better when it comes to the end user, right? So if I type now get log data, you can see that values pop, right? So automatically whatever we defined here, now it's available for everyone to use.
yes.
Okay, so now the same thing, if you want, you can copy this particular folder from here. Okay, my script you can copy from here, and
So do we need to create every time in the modules folder?
yes, that is something which is required. If suppose you wanted this auto load function to be working.
Okay.
Okay, now now there is other way of doing it. To answer your question, what we can do is that, say for example, I'm taking the same file. Okay, now let's take, I'm copying this. So C, I'll copy it to C colon script and paste it here. Let me rename it ABC, right? So it's completely different. Okay, so now what I can do, let me take a different window altogether. Okay, now if I'm trying to type get log data, it's still coming. Why? Because it is there in that. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me delete it from here also. Okay, so that it will not be there. Okay, now I've deleted it, so it should not be coming up here. Okay, get log data is not coming up. Right? Okay, so now I wanted to run that one. So how I can do is something called import module, then C colon script ABC dot this one, right? Now once I run this, I can run get command module ABC. Okay, like that you can import that. Okay, but in this case you have to specifically say that this is the path from where you have to fetch it. Now this is very helpful in certain places. Say for example, in many of the places, access to this particular folder is sometimes denied, right? You cannot save anything on that particular folder. So in such cases, you can create it path, and from that path you can take it. Right?
So now,
Again,
since you have imported, we can directly use the commands, right? If you now you can see get log d tab, it will work, right?
yes, you can use
Like
that.
auto prompts,
So
get log
Hmm.
yeah.
d log d. Yeah. No. Yeah. Now it's working.
Now it's working, right? It's already imported. So now every time it will run.
So I
Now
have
that,
a question, Shainesh.
yeah, Krishna.
If we close this window, and when you try to open another window and try to run it, will it work?
No.
No.
Again,
Okay.
you need to import it.
Import it. Okay. So every time
Yes.
when you're
So
working on one particular one, like you need to import it, right? So
Yes, you have to import it. Correct.
okay. So
suppose
even
if that file is in the module folder,
yeah,
it will
yeah,
work,
that's
right? We don't need to import every time.
If it is there in your, see, there are three parts basically where you can save. You suppose you wanted to save it for, uh, you know, user level,
The
right?
algorithm.
You can save it
Mm-hmm.
here. Okay, it is inside
Okay.
MindMajix Windows PowerShell and this one, right? So every time the user will log in, he can see that. But what if
Mm-hmm.
one computer is being shared between two machines, right? So in
Yeah.
that case, you can save it here
See program
inside
files, Windows
inside
PowerShell,
right, program files, Windows PowerShell. Inside that, you can
and
save it.
modules.
Okay, so it will be available for all the users who are is logged in from that particular system.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. This is where
Okay,
like, mainly it will be followed on, right? Like mainly because it's being used by everyone, right?
correct. We
Okay.
used to write it here, but say for example, you are building something custom. It
Mm.
preferred to save it something here itself in your
Okay.
micro.
Onto your on your own. Okay. Windows now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one more question is like when you're creating a modules and the .psm file name and the module name should be same. And when we are downloading a module, it is containing a different PowerShell scripts, right? So how you can save in that case? What name do we need to use?
PowerShell, you're telling like,
So
mhm.
if you can go back to already existing modules of yours, any of module.
Okay, one second, give me a second. Yeah. Okay,
If you open any one, PowerShell get or something, yeah. So this has so many files, right?
correct.
PSM1 file, or does it has only one PSM file, or does it has multiple files?
No, it will have only one PSM1 file. So you can see that the main
Okay.
PSM1 file is report
Uh-huh.
HTML and
Uh-huh.
also report HTML. Okay. Now
Okay.
similarly, let's go to this pester
So it will
PSM1.
have only one PSM file. Okay, but it has multiple PS files, but it's not only one PSM. Got you.
Yeah, the file name will be one only, right? The main file will be one, but it may have some multiple things attached to
Extra
it, right?
folders. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is okay. So sometimes what happens, this pester module, I'll tell you about the pester module. So what exactly
Mm-hmm.
the pester module does is like it it is helpful for doing the unit testing, like how we are doing so for other programming languages, the unit testing.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, in advanced level, if you go, you can do the pester, unit testing with the pester. So you can check whether the output before going to the production, you can check whether it is giving the desired output or not. So all those things, if suppose you write the text test functions, you can use the pester. Okay, and like that, this import Excel module which I have imported. If you see here, this is also having something called import Excel .psm1 file,
PSM.
right?
I have a question. So, as you said, when the module mainly with .psm1, right? PSM. So over that, like you said that like uh, uh, the folder and the file name should be same, but over here the folder is under 7.8.6,
That's
and
okay.
that's
That's
okay.
okay. You can create multiple folder inside that. So basically, this means the version for it.
Okay.
Okay, which version of that, and inside that, the actual file which you are using is still same, right?
Mm,
Import Excel and import Excel X1,
oh,
right? So that is okay. That is acceptable actually here.
okay.
So in that case, can you import a module like a 7.8.6? since it has the PSM file. Okay,
No,
both
that is
names are
the
different,
folder,
right?
right?
Yeah, both
No,
names are different. Yeah,
names are different. The PSM1 file
yeah,
and this folder should be same.
yeah. Gotcha.
Okay, so that's how we do it. Okay, any questions on this? Are we good for next topic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing is that we can import the content from a script to the current scope. That is also possible. We can use that dot sourcing dot and then provide the function of that particular script to this particular script, right? So that we can do it, but it is always preferred to use module instead. Okay, so say for example the same thing, right? You have created in ms1. Okay, now I'll save that as, let's say, c colon scripts slash test dot ps1. Okay, it's already there, but still let's overwrite it. Okay, I can use that same dot c colon scripts and type get log data. Okay, like that you can use it. Okay, with dot sourcing you can import that particular file and then you can use it. Okay, that is one way of doing it.
So it is dot space the sequel. I mean, like what's it? What were the P? Okay, the path that we define.
Correct. Then once you run it, it will be able to fetch that information.
Okay.
Okay, this is one way of doing it, but say for example you just wanted to use it for one time, it is okay. But
Okay.
otherwise, it's preferred to use it as a separate. Right? We good here?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much. Okay. Now we have 15 minutes time, so let's start this topic today. So this is for administrating remote computers. Okay. Right. So basically, what we do here is when we say remoting, okay, it's just a very small subset of commands. Okay, it's not the entire whatever which uses hyphen computer name doesn't mean that it's remoting. Okay, remoting is a very small subset of command. That is something which you have to understand, right? And the architecture, I'll just come to the architecture like how exactly it looks like. But before that, WS-MAN protocol, yeah, WS-MAN protocol is something which it is using HTTP by default or HTTPS, right? So the port number which we are using for this is 5985, and when we are using HTTPS is 5986, right? These are the two ports which is being used with remoting, right? You just have to enable these two ports and you're remoting this work. It is implemented by using the WinRM service, right? So make sure that your WinRM service is enabled. There is the commandlet called enable PS remoting. If you run that command, it should automatically update all those things which is required. If your Windows firewall is there, it will enable the firewall port. Your Windows WinRM service will be automatically started. All those things, whatever is required, it will perform that. Okay. Now, this is enabled by default on 2016 servers, right? And so basically what happens in Windows PowerShell 2021, there was lot of disputes what was happening, like it should not be enabled, or it should, suppose it is enabled, many can log into the system, and there was so many issues was there. Everyone was speaking about this, but from 2016 you can see that it is enabled by default, right? So if you have 2016 servers, you can directly get connected to any of the servers using PS remotely. Okay. It's not enabled by any of the client operating systems. So suppose you are having Windows 10 or Windows 11, it is not enabled. You can also enable it. Okay. Now must be enabled on any computer that will receive the incoming connections. Okay. If suppose you want to connect to server B from server A, then server B must be enabled with this, that PS remoting must be enabled on that particular server B, not on the server A. From server A, you are just calling that, right? So server B should be able to have that all features, like the services are running, Vinaram should be running, the firewall port should be open, okay, and all those things, right? It should be enabled on server B, not on the server A. Okay. Now, this is how the architecture will look like. Okay. Now, here what happens when you are running from the local computer. Okay. So here it is using the WS man traffic. Okay. To connect to the remote computer. Here you are having the HTTP listener here, then WinRM service which is using that, and then your endpoint will run that particular thing on that particular computer, right? So this is something how the architecture looks like. Okay. Now, when it comes to remoting and remote connectivity, both are different. So remoting is a name for a specific feature that utilizes specific services and protocol. Why I'm reading this is because this is something, uh, some of the topics you should know when you are doing the remoting, right? So that's the reason why I'm reading it out, all the topics, so that you can, if you have any questions, please do ask. Okay. So now, when we use the Windows PowerShell, use the term Windows PowerShell remoting, right? So we are using the term as Windows PowerShell remoting. That is the default name given for, remoting with other computers, right? It applies to the relatively small subset of commands that can communicate with the remote computer. So the commands which we have is very limited, like two or three commands are there which we are going to use with the remote computer, right? The other thing is that the command with a hyphen computer parameter does not necessarily means that it is used for remoting. So say for example, you can also connect it with get WMI computer hyphen computer name, right? That doesn't mean that it is using the remoting. It is a remote connectivity, but not a remoting. Okay. Right. Non-remoting commands use their own protocols like RPC, which include WMI, remote registry service like get process when we are using, that is using the remote registry service, and there might be different protocols also, but that protocols are having different port numbers also, so they will be connecting with different port numbers. So it's not necessary that it will be using the same port, right? That is the main difference between remoting and remote connectivity. Any questions still here? No. Okay. So again, in terms of security, so it is security transparent. So whatever your credential is having access to, that only it will give you the value. Okay. So say for example, you are running with a user and you are trying to delete from uh, Active Directory, it will not allow you. Okay. Whatever your, okay, but in case you are domain admin and you are trying to delete a user, it will allow you to delete it. Okay, so whatever your account is having access, only that access uh, will be applied on the remote computer also, right? So that is something which we have to know about when we are doing the remoting. So basically, what we do in our corporate infrastructure, right? So what we do is that we used to have something called service accounts, right? We use service accounts to connect to the remote computer that will be having almost all the privileges which is required to run that commands, right? So when you are using with any of the other tools like Ansible, Resolve, or any other Jenkins or whatsoever you are using, in that case, if you are using the remoting, you have to use that service account. Okay, so that mutual authentication help prevent delegation of the credentials to spook or impersonated computers. So there are some multiple security features which is there when it comes to reporting, right? So it works with the domain environments by default. Okay. Now what happens is like you have multiple domains. Okay. Say for example, domain X and domain Y. Now you wanted to connect one single computer from domain X to domain Y. Suppose you want to connect, then you need to add that to the trusted host. Okay, then only you can connect. If you are not adding that to the trusted host, you will not be able to connect. Okay, that is something you have to and then you can use SSL to in lieu of domain credentials. It can be disabled through the trusted host list. Okay, so now if there is a trusted host list, if suppose you wanted to disable something, you can disable it through trusted host list. Or if suppose you wanted to add something, you can add it to the trusted host list. Then you can connect to that computer as well. So say for example, you have a computer which is not there in the domain at all, but still you wanted to do a remoting for that particular computer. Make sure that that particular host is added to the trusted host list. Then you can. Okay.
Oh, if it has a trusted host list is like which in Windows level we added the host list, right?
Correct.
Host
Windows 11,
list.ini, host.ini file.
not like that, not in that. It will be
Uh-huh.
basically stored in the registry.
Oh, in the register. Okay.
Okay, so where you can provide that information, like where exactly, what all computers
Mhm.
you are having access to, right? Okay, so this is something about the security. So
So
yeah,
basic in that, like your remote computer needs to be added under the trusted host list.
yeah, the one which is providing that service that should have that entry enabled. Okay, so say for example, you're trying.
IP address.
Mhm.
Might the IP address do we need to add in the trusted host list?
Not like that. Say for example, you wanted to add the entire domain, so you can provide like *domain.com. Okay,
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay.
or and then colon you can provide like BLR 001. Okay, that is the host name.
Mhm.
Then colon you can
Mhm.
provide multiple like that.
Do you have any screenshots or something like can we find in the Google? How to act, because like we have multiple domains. We don't work in the single domain. Maybe I think we have 7 or 8 domains. So for each domain we don't have a common access. So what currently I'm doing is for each domain I log into one jump box and I run on the set of servers what are the scripts are there. So
Okay.
if whatever you're saying is, suppose if I can add other domains also in the trusted groups, so one script can run on the all the domain servers.
Yes, one script can run on all three. Okay, but before that you are having multiple domains, right?
Oh yeah, multiple domains.
So these domains have trust, trust between these domains.
Uh, I don't think so. I I don't know what about that one how it works, but maybe I can try. Can give a try.
See, basically
How
what
to find
happens.
out how to find out is the trust is there or not? Is it just pinging?
No, not like that. So once
Okay.
domain admin configures this domain, right? So say for example,
Okay.
your domain is having access to Axis Bank. Your domain is having access to Yes Bank, ICICI Bank, right? So
Mhm.
these three
Mhm.
banks you have. Now it's not necessary that they have the same trust relationship with you, right? Since you are the client, right?
Okay.
They will not give you
Mhm.
much of information which they wanted to provide. So they can restrict there. Okay. But you
Okay.
can access their resource from here. Okay.
Okay.
So that is something which is called as the trust relation, and that the domain admins or the companies they will be defining it, right? You cannot do anything on that. Okay. But what you can do is that suppose you wanted to connect to that particular one, you can use the trusted host. I'll show you 1 second. You can see it here, right? WS man local client
Okay.
trust. So here you can add the list of computers. Like say for example, if you want to add like this a value, if you want to
Mhm.
add,
Mhm.
you can add the value.
Okay.
You can add the computer name. Okay, there are different options that you can on that.
Okay.
So, but this one will be can be done only by an Active Directory team members.
No, this can be done whoever is having access to that particular server.
Server. Okay.
This does not require any active directory domain. This you can connect to anything, right? Even though if you don't have that access, if you have access on that particular domain, okay, whatever the access you are having, you can use it, right? So, say for
Okay.
example, my account is having access to domain A and domain B. Both of them, if I configure the trusted host on that particular server, then from my computer I can connect to both.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so like that. Okay, so likewise, the application level encryption is provided for all the connections. This is some of the basic things which we are provided with remote security, right? So the credentials are transmitted in clear text, okay, only with the basic authentication. When you are using HTTP, that is using different things, right? So that time it is not going as a clear text. So why I'm telling about the clear text is that most of the people try to attack whenever you are trying to send something on the clear text. So HTTPS does not send that as a clear text, right? And you cannot use basic authentication unless uh, you enable unencrypted traffic in the client configuration. These are some of the things, but in real life, when you are uh, writing the code, you may not have to go through this. This is by default enabled on your system. So if suppose you wanted to use SSL, then you can provide like hyphen SSL and you can get connected to it, right? So it's up to you. So the port for HTTPS, we know that HTTP is 5986. So make
85.
sure that 5986 is enabled. Okay, then only you can use that secure connection, right? So that is something which you have to know when it comes to remote security. Apart from that, this is running on the background, so you don't have to understand that. Just we need to know, like this is something, if you are getting some issues or something, we need to know that this is the logic for that. Okay. Now enable PS remoting. So for enabling the PS remoting, you can run the command enable PS remoting. You can also use hyphen force. So if suppose it's having some issues, that will also be cleared up, right? And make sure that you are running it as an administrator. Okay. So this you have to run it on the computer where you want the connection, the incoming connections. Where the incoming connections are coming, in that server you have to run. Okay. Now this, when you are working on a domain environment, right, you can also centrally manage it using the GPO. You can enable that in a GPO so that all the computer, whatever the version it is 2012, 2016, 2022, or even if it is the older versions also, you can add that remoting there. Okay, by default it will start. It can connect to each other, right? So you can enable by using the GPO. Now there are restrictions on client, so clients are not enabled by default, as well as where the connection is set to public, it will not connect. Okay, so make sure that you have to make it as private in the firewall policy rules, right? So then it will be able to connect, right? And the server 2012 and later enable Windows PowerShell remoting by default. No further action is required. So you can see that it's already enabled by default, so you can just directly go and connect, right? So there's no action required. It's not required for you to run enable PS remoting. It can direct, if you are in the same domain, you will be able to connect it by default. Okay, now we are going to start the actual remoting. Okay, so shall we take this topic alone, and then tomorrow we'll take the other topic? Is it fine for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happens in remoting, in one-to-one remoting, is like we are going to have a ad hoc connection with the remote computer. Okay. Now, when I have the connection, so it is similar to like your SSH we are using in Linux, right? We are just going to connect to one single computer. We used to connect to that, run the commands, and come back. That is what we are also doing with one-to-one. So let's take, for example, now if I want to connect to a remote computer, right? So I can type the command, enter yes. Okay. Now here I can provide the computer name for which I wanted to connect. So I can type lon-dc2. Okay. Now when I run this, it will go and connect to that particular computer. If it is powered on and it's on the same network, it will try to connect that. Okay. Let me go and type the host name here. Okay, it's, I think, okay, 1 second, just a moment. I think that server is not, yeah, it's not online. So because of that, it's giving this there. Okay, well, what I can do right now, the same thing I can try with the same computer. So it is also using the remoting. So it can go to the same computer. Now you can see that the computer name is displayed here, right? LON-DC1. So when you are trying to connect to any remote computer, that computer name will be displayed here. That means it is getting the information from that computer. So whatever the commands you are going to run, it will be on that particular remote computer. Okay. Let me fix this computer and get to you tomorrow so that I can also show you like it should show like DC2 or DC3 for
Okay.
we are. That
So
will
when you're doing this enter PS session, we are connecting to the remote computer. So for this one, again, do we need to open the port 5986 or 85?
yes,
Should be
correct.
open.
If the port
Okay.
is not open, so you can say that uh, mm,
TNC command.
sorry, Krishna.
No, the TNC command to check the port for this one.
Yeah, we can check the port. Okay, so say for example, we are using LON hyphen
DC
DC1, right? That is the computer name,
port.
and then we can use port 5985. So here you can, with this command, you can test whether the port is working or not. So now the port is working, and let's check for 6 or so that is failed, right?
Okay.
So only port number 5985 is valid, And with that, we are getting connected to that. So it's not the secure one which we are using. We are using the normal connection to get connected.
Okay.
It is using the HTTP connection, right?
Yeah.